But anyway, now that we're done with chat trying to fix my disabilities with things that don't exist, it's just like whenever I talk about diabetes and people are like, but they're working on functional implanted pancreas. Yeah, sure, but it's not available and won't be available for fucking decades. Otherwise, every single diabetic would already have one. All right, we are diving into Longdeath, year 284. DDT without thinking of the wrestling move? There's a wrestling move called DDT. I want to ban you for that statement, even though I know it's supposed to be a joke, because it makes me angry that you think that's how that works. All right, diving in. Longdeath. We've got a couple depressed merchants. None of them have really caused any real problems. I do have some depressed permanent dwarves who are in the military. They might cause problems, but are rapidly improving. Because I made the dwarves work way too hard in way too short a period of time. If we pause the game real quick, this is the actual lava tunnel. What we're going to be working on mostly today is trying to get this down to the lava layer, which means we got like 30 layers to go. So we got to make a lot of glass today. You had an interesting bug/event happen to your fort with some sort of avalanche on screen, and now you can see all of the hidden stone and all of the Z layers. Did you, like, abandon and re-embark? Are you using Lazy Noob Pack or DF Hack? Did you type anything into Lazy Noob Pack or DF Hack? Trying to think what else could cause weird shit like that. Are you on an evil biome? You haven't been around in a couple days? I mean, we've made some pretty good progress with the lava tunnel. Here, let me show you something else. There was a rumbling deep underground. A rumbling? A rumbling, you say? I mean, avalanches don't happen. This is the lava reservoir that we're going to pump lava out into the tower with. So that got done. Only had to kill one dwarf in the process of making it. You have a rumbly in your tumbly? You should go fix that. Get some foodstuffs. But, yeah, this is the lava that we have dug out. Hiya, beer. How you been? It's been a minute. Dwarves are mostly putting things away right now. The actual dwarves that are alive in the fort right now are Pilot, Lascoid, Jacknerick, Whitcode, Max, Evil Trick, Quaveneer, Vimamel, Bastet, Free, Massive, Alien Slayer, Defcom, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Kade, Taurus, Seeker, Knowles, Cyrolac, Ire Stupid, Voidlock, Hazhaza, Animal, Prismatic Flux, Murphist, Hex Wrench, Caveman Crafting the Second, Side Scoop the Second, Abe Xendi, Stone, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Clay, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Peter, Ghost, LaFonda, Blue Water, Sathados, Windatar, Orange, Pengo, Cosslord, Nimeses, Ducky, Jess, Wave, Lumpy, and, of course, Spitalier. Oh, that's not good. That's a different kind of rumbly. That's a bad kind of rumbly. My condolences. Yeah, there's plenty of deceased dwarves. We most recently lost our mayor, and so our mayor is now Clay, who's a pretty good dwarf. Pretty young dwarf, too. 144. He's going to have, hopefully, a couple of years as our mayor. Has killed a bunch of buzzards and some gray langurs. Militia captain. Well, I mean, we're not actively at war with anybody, so I wouldn't be too worried. In regards to, excuse me, going to battle with anybody. So that's not a huge concern. Currently, we're just putting clothing away because, as I said, my mayor died and they dropped a lot of clothes. We're in early autumn in the 13th of limestone. Yeah, so I'm not entirely certain what could cause that caveman crafting. It's got to be either some weird bug or like I'm misunderstanding what you're describing, which is actually my main suspicion, is that I'm simply misunderstanding something that you're describing, or you're describing something that you don't necessarily have the words for, which are both perfectly possible things. The population of the fortress right now is 41. Overall population is 55, including the merchants. So, you know what? It might have just been, if the map filled up with snow and ice, that happens every year in cooler biomes. So it is definitely possible that winter just showed up and then everything snowed. Yeah, I mean, if snow and ice appeared, it's probably just wintertime and it snowed. It might have just been a snowstorm. I don't know about the rumbling thing. It is possible if something is on fire underground, it is possible that something could have potentially burned down and collapsed underground. And so something burned down and collapsed right when winter showed up, right when winter happened. And, ooh, Kavish is holding an instrument. What instrument is that? Dog leather muffin. Interesting. They really like those. They're basically bagpipes. Bagpipes with a leather bag. But let's get all of this moved so we can trade with those dwarves. We're gonna have plenty of clothing that we need to sell, so. Yeah, that part's a little weird. Now that you can see stone in all of the Has anyone ever made us? Wait, what do you mean by made us? They do indeed have a leather bag, but the description of these bagpipes is it's like a mini bagpipes. It's been a decade since you've played DF, and this fortress has been around for decades. This is a very, 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 very old fort. The fortress is 279 years old currently. More like a purse pipes? Yeah, more like a purse pipes instead of a bagpipes. There's not quite enough bag for a full purse. Yeah, we're trying to hit 1,000 years full awful. By the way, your music's awesome. I really, really like your tunes. They're quite jamming. But yeah, no, it's a long kind of set of things that are just going to continue and keep going and keep going. The kind of end goal for this fort is to just kind of prove that you can keep forts alive this long. How's it going here? Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Also, caveman crafting, that thing that you were interested in helping with earlier, the idea of working on a mud is actually getting going now. So I will yell at you once I know more. If you're still interested, that being said. Potato King with the 11 months. Cheers. And welcome back for an 11th month. Kavish says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, so I don't need to, run into problems with that. Dredge! With the
Cheers,
47. 47 months, man. Thank you so much. 47 months, the prime. You've been around too long, man. I don't know how you still tolerate me, to be honest. I honestly don't. Aquasar, what's up? It's good to see you. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer for your craft store ship. Moderation is key. This is true. This is true. That's why it's 47 months and not 50, right? Scam train is close. Yeah, how dare. How dare. What actually do they want? They kind of want legwear. I mean, that's fine. They're going to get a lot of legwear. That's all they want clothing-wise. How unfortunate. They really want cheese. Huh. Cheese and anvils. Farewell, Clay. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I will give you some anvils. Because I always have some, so might as well sell them. Greetings, Redbeard. How is you? Just attribute it to some weird dwarf stuff, you know? Kind of a odd, cool bug that you can see all the way down the molten levels. Yeah, that is weird. They want cheese for all of them anyway. Cyrolac the second is depressed. Well, Cyrolac the second, yeah, you're a scribe. Are you a merchant? No. Practice craft, you want to be around friends. Let's take you off of being a scribe. Just let you go do things. We've been in the mountains traveling. Damn, that sounds nice. Saw the dwarf tell the story of the formation of the Staney Hall in Longdeath in the early autumn of 27. It's interesting. Yeah, I would love to do something like that, Redbeard. That sounds really nice. Not gonna lie. Sounds really nice. Also, Clander for pizza. I didn't actually say hi to you because the resubs happened and I got distracted. But Clander, it's good to see you as well. Thank you much for swinging by. This poor dwarf. You can't actually go totally insane though, because your dream was realized, which means you will snap out of this before you die. You're not actually gonna starve yourself to death because you'll pop out of that. Been feeling unusually healthy, so you wanted to travel a bit before your country shuts down again. Yeah, I've like started getting a little braver, and I've been hanging out with friends occasionally, and I've bought a bunch of concert tickets, but like, shit's still sketchy. It's still fucking sketchy. That's all I can really say is it's so goddamn sketchy. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to trade all of the meat because I can very easily get more meat, and I will in a minute. But if I just get rid of all of the meat, then it'll be much easier for us to deal with a lot of these rocks and things that we have. We can make a bunch more rock pots, repopulate the stockpiles, get everything put away, etc. Because something that I've found is I always have way too much meat in this fortress. Let's request the trader. There you go. want abstract thinking. So maybe what would actually help you would be scholar, because I had you on scribe, which is kind of halfway there, but let's try that. Which makes you very concerned. Yeah. Yeah. It's because people aren't, you know, doing the one thing they're supposed to, which is stay inside and stay safe. She's been sick for 5 weeks. That's spooky. Yeah, I mean, I'm fully vaxxed, and I've been exceptionally careful, and will continue being exceptionally careful. Like, the most risky I've been is I sat outside at a bar. But I'm in the privileged position of, you know, not having to interact with people every day. You'd say get a 3rd shot. I mean, I give myself 5 a day, so the 3rd one would be fine. I don't know what the logistics of that is, so. And you're the first person I've heard say that, so I'll see what the officials who know what they're talking about say, because I'm not an official. You might be, but I'm not, and I don't know what I'm talking about, so we'll just wait and see how things play out. We'll just wait and see how things play out. Apparently, like, California is pseudo going back into a lockdown state again. From what I've heard. I don't know how true that is, but that's what rumblings have said. It's going well, Prismatic. So your dwarf's still alive, so that's pretty good. We're selling off a lot of our meat because I've got way too much of it, and it's time to reset the kitchen a bit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, like, ideally make it so that if you do get sick, it's, like, significantly more mild, which I think is still the case, but the thing is, if Delta variant just completely overblows that, then who cares? Is bringing the meat. I am indeed bringing the meat. What's up, Ultimate? But yeah, no, I agree with you, Aquasar. You completely expect it to be back in lockdown at this point? I mean, yeah. Kinda. It's nice to not be for a bit, though. I kind of just believe at this point we're just sort of fucked. Things are bad in the States. Things are pretty good up here. In Canada. I don't know about India, because I haven't checked in with that part of the world in a while. Because honestly, I don't look at the news that much for my own sanity. I mean, it depends on the part of the world and where you're talking in the States. I mean, here it's like something like 70% of adults over the age of 18 have had both shots. So people are pretty heavily vaccinated over here, which has given me a degree of confidence. And, like, the number of actual, like, cases we're getting per day is pretty fucking low. That being said, it's still there. And because, you know, people are vaccinated and because symptoms are less, there's the tinfoil hat feeling of, like, in India? Oh, boy. I think that's more than Canada has had ever. Like, period. Falafel. 40% vaccinated? You guys have probably had access to that stuff way longer, right? There's just a naked Moldog down here that's just making naked Moldog babies. Look at all of them. Look at all the cute little naked Moldog puppies. A large pale rodent with loose hanging hairless skin. It has long teeth and incredibly powerful bite. It is found underground. Her skin is pink and her eyes are black. There's so many of them, living in the piles of corpses of long-dead colossal beings. Yes, no, totally. I mean, there's more people in cities in India than there is in all of Canada, so. So of course it contributes to higher cases, 1,000%, yeah. I mean, have you never seen a naked bulldog? I love how the first thing that pops up is his Dwarf Fortress wiki. Naked bulldogs. That's just a dog. And that's a terrifying meme. But these are naked bulldogs. They're funny critters. Like resistance to all forms of cancer? I have no idea. To be honest. So I would say that that is your expertise and not mine. I mean, a lot of Dwarf Fortress things started there. Naked mole dog? Yeah, it's just a dog-sized mole rat. Dog-sized mole rat. That's a sentence I never supposed I'd say. Would be goblin mounts? No, they're basically they're small evil creatures that will mess with your dwarves a little bit. They're not too big of it. They're more just annoying than anything. Like they'll run into your fort and like run around, but that's about it. They're like a less damaging Crundle, if you know a little bit about DF. Hey Lump, what's up? What is up? Yeah, no, you can't walk into a clinic and get a vaccine here. You can walk into a vaccination center and get a vaccine here, and they're constantly doing like, but they're not always walk-in friendly. They're like once a week they'll do like a 30+ hour long like vaccination-a-thon where it's just show up at any time of the day, line up, and we'll vaccinate you. And they've been doing that for a while. Outside of that, it's still by appointment here because there isn't actually enough vaccines to go around to everybody. But whenever they get extras, they do the vaccination-a-thons. Yeah, they're like a rat. Crow! With its fancy 3 months. Do you want to see how much that breaks my dashboard? This is what my thing looks like now. That is 23 beers. Thank you very much for the almost 2 years. Big thank you, friend, for keeping that sub alive for almost 2 years. Almost 2. Shoutouts. And thank you. By the way, I think it's probably not a bad idea to wrap back around to the discussion that we were having earlier. Just because it's a little bit lighter and I think a little bit more fun, and there's some people tuned in now that weren't here earlier. But something that I've wanted to do for a while that I'm actually starting to do now, with the help of B-Lug and a few other people. But something that I've wanted to do for a while is I've wanted to start building a mud, purely because of interest, but also I want something that I can stream effectively as my vision gets worse. And I think it would be, and I've been messing around with muds for the better part of a year now, trying various different funds and various clients. The client that I landed on the most is Mudlet, which is very simple and easy to use and easy to package with like backgrounds and themes and stuff. B-Lug has kind of like taken the initiative to just get a baseline going for it. A mud? So a mud is a multi-user dungeon, or in English, the traditional MMO. So MMOs before EverQuest. multi-user dungeons are text-based MMOs. The idea that I have in my head is something that's hard sci-fi with a little bit of magic for some fun. I really like the ideas of space feudalism. So you could, if you want, be somebody who's a little bit more like high, hard sci-fi type deal. Or if you just want to be a dude with a spear on a planet and go hunting critters, you could do that in theory as well. The actual scope of the thing, probably way too fucking massive. That too, lump. But in order, yes, stone, yes. But it's also implies a lot of interesting, fun things. In order to do that, we need like 3 main things. We need people, we need volunteers, and we need time. So over the next little bit, I'm going to start adding some people to a secret section of the Discord, which I haven't actually built yet. I'm gonna try and bring a few people aside and come up with a name, buy a domain, and at that point, once I get the basic world building stuff done, I want to start slowly bringing other volunteers in who want to help with world building, lore building, quest building, that sort of shit. So if this is something that you'd want to help out with, either reach out to me or just hang on until I put out a ping, because hopefully sooner rather than later I'll put out a ping and we can start working on this as a little community, if that works for you guys, because I think that'd be a bit of fun. Do you have an engine for it? Belag has a code base that he's using. I don't know if that's what we'll end up going with, but there are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of options when it comes to MUDs. Lots of options. And they're also highly editable and customizable, and you can mess with them. Can you do music? Do you want to do music? I won't be paying anybody, so. Yeah, MUDs have been around for a bit. I mean, you're not the only person with musical instruments who hangs around this stream. There's a few people who hang around this stream who have more synthesizers than they reasonably should. And I myself also have a couple of synthesizers and other fun ways to do music. And I know that Ergalicious was already in here saying, can I do spacey doom metal or something? So it's like, yeah, we could probably put together a soundtrack at some point once we have more knowledge and more ideas. But I'm just kind of throwing out flavor ideas because we don't really know too much about what it's actually going to end up looking like. Aside from that, it's going to look like a lot of text, right? Sky is dark gray. Is it going to rain? I don't know. It hasn't rained here. We were supposed to get some rain, but it hasn't happened yet. In regards to like the rest of the stream's content and whatnot, nothing's really going to change. This is just going to be something that I kind of want to help moderate in the background, because if we build our own MUD and we build a big enough community around a MUD, then that suddenly opens up the possibility of just either diving into other MUDs as a community, or games like Space Station 13 become a lot more doable. Games that require a lot of community interaction become more doable. Because right now I don't really have that kind of community. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress and I stream dungeon crawlers, right? I want things that I can reasonably work on and help build with your guys' help for the long term. In regards to like costs for running the damn thing, the only thing that I can really say is going to be there cost-wise is just going to be like keeping the servers up. Which I have no idea how much that's going to end up costing. Probably not too much, as it's just, I don't think it's going to be too heavily trafficked. That is 12, not 1. There we go. King wanted a ballista arrow. And I don't think anybody's going to prison. I'm jealous. You like making a lot of text with sci-fi themes? Yeah, no, totally. But the thing I need to get done first, which I am actively working on, is I need to come up with a name, or at the very least, like a working title. Um, and I need to finish my flavor document. Basically, this is kind of the pitch for what the rest of the writing should sound like. Theoretically, yes, but something like that wouldn't necessarily run, you know, around the clock without drops. So probably the best way. I mean, like, theoretically, I could just buy some server stuff and just run a server locally. We could absolutely do that if you guys would want to crowdfund something like that. Once we have the framework and like the thing set up and it's runnable, that is a route we could go. I don't know if that's necessarily the best route. There's, of course, you know, the option of just renting a physical server. I know B-Lug said that he found somewhere that would rent a physical server for a reasonable amount. Of course, you could also rent partitions. There's lots of ways we could run or host a server that I don't think would be too ridiculous. I mean, considering like how small these things are, I could probably just buy a Raspberry Pi and run it off that. I don't even think I'd need like a particularly large server. It's once we start talking about like running it, because there is 3 ways I'd like this thing to run. I'd like it to have either like a pre-packaged mudlet so that it has its own background, maybe even music or like theming already set up, so you just like sign in and go instead of having to like connect with a telnet client. We could do that. There's the second thing that I kind of would like. This is a bit more far out, but I'd like to build a GUI interface for it, like a separate UI that's clicky, that has clickable buttons that could in theory be put on Steam or something. Because when you're talking about putting open source software on Steam, that gets a little muddy sometimes and a little weird. And then the third way I'd like to be able to run it is in a browser. So if we do that, and it is running in a browser, that would require a little bit more server space than just a Raspberry Pi, probably. Yeah, that kind of what Aqua said. It's like, it's not expensive to host to just rent a server, and it's probably better to just rent a server, because then if the server goes down, I just have somebody I can yell at instead of having to worry about it on my... I mean, like, there's options there, but that's something that we don't need to worry about just yet. Unknown algorithm? What book? Did you see a book? A dwarf reading a book called Unknown Algorithm? I mean, it would be listed in here. Wait, well, did it say read? Or did it say ponder? Because it's possible, because they were pondering large numbers and other things. Perhaps they are studying that subject, which would come and go quite frequently. I mean, right now, this dwarf is researching. Cyrolac 2 is researching. Is discussing disease classification. And also, like, in depression and unable to think. Hope that research is going well there, dwarf. Well, the algorithm is now known. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if it's a book in my fort, though. Because I know most of the names of the books in my fort. I don't believe we ever had one called Unknown Algorithm. So my thought is that the dwarf was pondering that. I'll keep an eye on what they're pondering. Unless you could, like, go back and clip it. Then I would know. Is it going to be one of them working titles that is left and then becomes a real title? I wouldn't entirely surprise me. Like, honestly, like, that wouldn't entirely surprise me if it starts off as a working title that just becomes a title. Like, Project Triangle Strategy. Does anybody know about that thing? That, That game that, or Project Octopath Traveler, that then be, or I think it was just called Project Octopath, and then they changed the name to Octopath Traveler, which is like, all right, working title Project Octopath, current title Octopath Traveler. It's like, okay, good job. Untitled Goose Game. Exactly. What's funny is the developers of Untitled Goose Game still insist that that game doesn't have a title. They're like, no, that's not the name of the game. It is untitled. We never named the game. It's like, you know, I like that you guys are committing to the bit, but this is a little silly. Also, Cyrolac, what's up? Your dwarf's really depressed, and I'm trying to fix them. You were doing some research, though. You're discussing disease classification, which you are very content after, which is good, because everything else makes you horribly depressed. We're working on it. Maybe you'll bounce back. Spacers only to find out there's a board game of the same name. Yeah, and one of the reasons why, like, I have like a handful of ideas in my head. One of the reasons I don't want to talk about it publicly is, like, if I decide to go with one of those names or decide to not go with one of those names, I want to already own the domain before I state that I'm going to go with one of these potential names. Maybe just set him on fire so that he knows how good it used to be. Nah. We'll let him research and see if he can make himself a little bit happier. That's a new one. Pulmonary med. What even is that? I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know what that means. Pulmonary medicine. Publishes research prevented to prevention, diagnosis, and management of pulmonary associated disorders. Huh. So heart problems. Portion of circulation that distributes blood from the right side to the left side of the lung. So it's like blood circulation from the heart to the lung? Huh. I mean, I guess that's what happens after they ponder blood vessels for a while and bodily fluids, which are two things that they've been pondering for a while. Also, just something I'd like to clarify, because I kind of, regardless of what we end up building with this, I kind of want the lore to just be open source, and the world to be open source. So theoretically, if somebody wants to, you know, take this lore and make a tabletop game, fucking go with God. If we actually make something cool, let's make something cool. You like doing ambient space music? Go nuts. You know, like that's kind of the route that I want to go with this. It's just like, you know, just give credit where credit's due and let's build something cool. Yeah, I mean, the mud itself will probably need some sort of protections put on it. But as far as like the lore and the world goes, yeah, that'll just be public. You can do what you want with it. It's a solid idea. I don't know if it will. I think it'll either work flawlessly or we'll all get bored after 6 months and stop. Too. Like, realistically, like, that's generally how these kind of things go. We'll either all get bored and just kind of unanimously stop, or it'll work flawlessly. And we'll get it done. I'm hoping for the flawlessly, though. I mean, also in regards to you calling something spacers, Crow, one of the factions in Brigador are called spacers. Although one problem with us all working on a thing together as a crew is, and this is something that I was thinking about last night when I was a little bit stoned, staring at my ceiling, was if we're all working on the thing, we'll all know the thing. So if we all know the thing super intimately, it's going to be a little bit difficult to play it potentially if we all know the thing intimately. So at some point in the further future, theoretically, we may have to like split off into teams to work on different chunks of things so that we can keep it interesting for each other to play, if that makes sense. Like, if you know how a thing is made too specifically, it might make playing it less exciting. Oh, it's so good, Prismatic Flux. It's so good. Dude, I miss the sound of rain. Super duper do. Yay, this dwarf's no longer depressed. Spacer's very generic, yeah. A group of people were loudly talking about new business ideas and what to name it, and they were also being rude to the staff and HR, so they settled on an idea, and the guy was on a laptop behind them and walks up and says, bought all the domains you mentioned. If you want to buy them, here's my card. And he walked out. Where'd you see this? That's funny. Space Marine is copyrighted? I don't know. I don't know if I'd want Space Marines though, like period. Like stuff like that. Like one of the things that I think that we need to be very careful about is we need to build something new and not fan fiction. Does that make sense? Like whatever we do, it needs to come out the other end feeling like something new and interesting and not like I like Dune a whole lot, right? But I don't want it to be Dune fan fiction. I like 40K, but I certainly don't want it to be 40K fan fiction, you know what I mean? Like you can pull inspiration from things, but the kind of key from pulling inspiration from things is to pull inspiration from things while also at the same time not just whole hog lifting things. And with open source projects, that becomes like kind of a risk, you know, because not everybody goes in with the same level of dedication to a source material or a lore Bible. So we do need to be careful about that. That's why they called it the Adeptus Asturias. Oh, all right. It was a few years ago at a local coffee shop. That's kind of great. I'm like hats off to that dude for just buying all those domains and walking out. Which is specifically why I'm not, you know, getting any domains right now and why I'm not talking about names for things. But yeah, no, I also agree that that's good news. Could not agree more that that's good news. Although, in regards to things running on servers, right now there is a thing running on Belug's server, but that's not even remotely public because it's literally his personal IP, so I'm not outing that to anybody. But there is a thing up and running already. Is it playable? Nah. It's just a few lines of flavor text, but it's just kind of a proof that, yeah, it's up and running, and it works, and you can connect to it. been streaming for 2 hours. I'm going to real quick stand up and take a leak, and we'll be back in a sec. You guys can watch these dwarves butcher this cow. Like stuff that you've written, Falafel? I will open this up and pause it because it autoplayed, because SoundCloud does that apparently. And then minimize it. You can make any of the songs longer. I mean, we don't quite need to worry about that just yet, but this is cool. Also, I was gonna ask, is your band, is it multiple people or is it just you? Quality content? Wait, what? We'll be back in a second. You guys can watch these dwarves butcher this cow. Oh, I see. Quality content. I get it. You have a singer and a drummer? Okay. So it's like a three-piece thing. Gotcha. Goblin Scream. What's up, Haz? How's things be? You saw a cow get butchered. It was inevitable, especially when the order to butcher cows go out. Although that might have been a bull. It's hard to tell at a distance, you know what I mean? King needs 3 more ballista arrows. All right. Sand, 200. Charcoal, 200. Green glass block, 200. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Def nothing related to Pokemon. Pokemon and Nintendo don't F around. Now I actually want to know if someone's ever made a Pokemon mud. I'll get to that in a second, stupid. I want to find out first. Pokemon mud. It's just giving me Mudkip. And muck. Text-based MMO. Not that I can find. I know that there was like a browser game in development, but we're not making a Pokemon mud. Fuck that. Scrolling up. Hades thought that Persephone was grumpy. Xylophones symphonically create magnificent piles of noise. Nice bowls, garnerite, clockware, rocks. Mithril, beadrill, hurts significantly less often than adamantine beadrill. What is that fast bird? Honk if you fear werewolf monsters attacking. Celestial floods cause infernal jubilation. Party not. Nudist werewolf monsters terrorized humans. Crazy games for crazy people can't be seen. Demon spawn. There you go. Caught up. It's about catching monsters with sci-fi objects. Doubtful. Very, very, very doubtful. My thought, though, is kind of a, what if the mud is about building a team and exploring derelict spacecraft? That's kind of a thought. You think the Pokemon MMO is down now? I mean, there's that. It's definitely not Pokemon MMO that's out as well. Temtem, I think it's called. I also remember now that you mentioned that, I remember a Pokemon Tower Defense. I know for a fact I've played a Pokemon roguelike because there was a 7-day RL Pokemon roguelike that just straight up ripped Pokemon assets. I think it's still up on itch.io. Oh yeah, I saw that Pal World thing. That's the developer that puts shotguns and AK-47s and everything that for no reason. It's that developer, right? Yeah, but Pokemon Mystery Dungeon's an official thing though. And Animal, maybe this just means that we shouldn't let you work on that. No, that would be like, what if the robots run in the internet? It's like, okay, guys, so hear me out. It's a small spherical object that you throw at the robot, and then it erases the robot's memory and it goes into the spherical object, and then you throw the spherical object at another robot, and that robot's memory populates the new robot. Nah. How goes the magma tube? Working on more glass. I limit that to robots. Why talk about things that I don't think we should do? Is the actual question. As somebody who doesn't like Pokemon, I really don't want a game that I have anything to do with Pokemon. I steal jeans from people while wearing heavy metal armor and Gatling guns? Where have I heard that one before? Kappa. Just poke yourself in the eye and then you'll get it. Frog. I mean, Lady Gaga wrote a song about it and called it Poker Face. Or Poke Your Face. Not your basement. I don't have a basement. I live in an apartment. Well, I guess technically there's underground parking beneath me, and I do have a storage locker down there, but I'd hardly call that my basement. It's more like public property at that point. Well, public to anybody who lives in the building. Anybody can go in there. It's like, basements? What are those? Sounds like wealthy people shenanigans. I grew up with a basement. It was kind of creepy. Didn't go down there much. Then I moved my bedroom down there. It was still kind of creepy. Didn't like it very much. Then I moved out. That's about how that went. Yeah, the base mend. You mend the base so that the monsters don't kill you. Oh, I'm well aware of what she says later on in the chorus, yeah. Well, awful. On the topic of songs that that people didn't listen to the non-radio versions, don't ever listen to the non-radio version of Let's Get It Started by the Black Eyed Peas. The uncensored version of that song's, it aged well. About as well as milk on a hot day. You're then stop peeing. Yeah, you know, honestly, Animal has a point here, Beer. Although, based on your country, doesn't your entire country have a leak problem, Beer Meneer? Yogurt? Where are we getting yogurt from? I'd like some yogurt. You're sharing, right, Darren? You're very good at dealing with leaked problems. Baked leeks with a little bit of potato. Mm-mm. Pan-fried leeks are also really good. Yeah. Can confirm. The English language is stupid. Leeks and leeks. Totally different things. Oh, milk and yogurt. I don't think that's how you make yogurt. Actually, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's not how you make yogurt. You don't just bake milk to make yogurt. You just have small children to stick their fingers in the leak hole. That's what she said. I also read that story. Really? I've never made yogurt, so I have no idea. I have no idea how a human makes yogurt. Come on me, I'm just baking my milk, yeah. The giant Enor Rallo has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. There's a lot of giants in this world. Let's put the dwarves into the celebrate room, just to kind of get them out of the outside, and then we're going to follow this giant. And see where it go. I do have a squad all ready to go, so we could pretty easily kill it if it gets into the fort. I'm baking cows. Beating you to it. Screw baking milk. Just bake a whole cow. Why don't you shake it while you're at it, and then you'll get cheese, too. We go right to the source. Exactly. Okay, so more complicated than milk on a sunny day. And it's in a cage. Got him. Celebrate good times. Come on. Do 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 do. Do do do. Rumors from abroad, eh? Nothing particularly new. I wish I actually knew what rumors they were sharing, but... when they're beating a cow for whipped cream. Speaking of stories that age well, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Can dry whey in the sun to make something. You forget what it is. You hate it. Deleted it from your mind. I mean, I know very little about whey protein, so. That's good. We could use some of that over here. It's gotten a little smoky as of late. We only had one really bad day of smoke. The other days since have been fine. It was like the last day I streamed, it got kind of smoky and the sky was like orange. A joke about an ark, as in like Noah's Ark kind of ark? I think the thing that has me the most excited about the prospect of building something with the community is that there's actually people who are interested in helping. That is the most exciting thing for me. Oh, go for wood. Build, I get it. I needed to say it out loud. I get it. While you're at it, you should go for a walk. Ah! 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 Here's a question, chat. Do you think we actually have the ability to finish a project like this? Free 2, the Stonecrafter has slipped into depression. You're in the Bear Fighters too. Bear Fighters fixed you last time, so let's get them training again. Let's get both the Bear Fighter squads training and get the main military squads done. So you done, and you train and you train. We can get something playable. I mean, technically it's playable already. There's about 5 seconds of content in it, but it's playable already. For me, a finish line would be something that we can sit here as a community and play. About over 10% underwater. How deep underwater? Because that's talking flash flood territory. That's spooky. Or just big puddle. You mean like underwater or just big puddle? Because big puddle, not a huge deal. More than that, maybe big deal. I kind of want to avoid races and classes potentially, or at the very least classes. Yeah, a lot of MUDs incorporate death into like a level up mechanic, like, oh, I sacrifice my character and then reset with the same gear or stuff like that. We will need to figure out how permadeathy we want it to be, how RPE we want it to be, that kind of stuff. That's something we need to figure out. Like, is this a mud that's going to kill you, or is this a mud that's more based on RP, right? Because both are really an option. Start with an end in mind. The end in mind is something that I could stream with the community and have fun. That's the goal. Even if the fun is mostly gotten from building it. But the characters keep something. Yeah, I also don't know what like the limit for things like proc gen are for MUDs. Whether or not we could create something that's like endlessly runnable, or if it's more of a going to end up looking more like something that's a single playthrough type deal. Are these graphics? These are graphics. This is Dwarf Fortress. It's a tile set for an ASCII game. It's a 3D game represented in a 2D space. This is a layer. This is the layer above it. This is the layer above that. 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 All the way up to the surface. This game inspired Minecraft's world generation. So I have a question. How the heck did you get here if you don't know what Dwarf Fortress is? Usually people who stumble in here are already looking for Dwarf Fortress and have some semblance of idea of what they're getting into. It's very rare that I get people just being like, what am I looking at? So how the heck did you end up here? Well, as long as there's multiple users and a dungeon, we will have a mud. Has. What's all you really need to technically have a mud? Ah, well, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's been in development since 2000, well, publicly playable since 2006, roughly in development since 2003. Dwarf Fortress is one of the deepest games in existence. It's in 2 art museums, and there's 3 ways of playing it. One of them's kind of an RPG. The other 2 are kind of not. Well, I guess 4 ways of playing it, technically. There's Adventure Mode, Legends Mode, and Fortress Mode. This is Fortress Mode, where you build a fortress. Legends Mode, you read the history that the game generates for you. And Adventure Mode, you walk around in your generated world as a single character in a open world RPG. It is simple visually because it's got a shit ton of depth. Every single one of these characters has their own history, their own thoughts, their own mindsets, their own outlook on life, their own interests and desires, their own visual description, their life's history, their mental state, and needs and desires, as well as relationships, friends, family, and all of that. The game generates religions, it generates factions, it generates certain types of races, it generates villains, it generates kings, it generates history, it generates books, musical instruments, styles of music, styles of poetry, important characters, unimportant characters, unnamed goats, and thousands or hundreds of years of history. Did your joke get inspired by something interesting and unique? Because I don't think so. Shem is tantruming. How unfortunate. We may need to send you to prison, Shem. Because you broke a window. How dare you? I really hope somebody saw that. There we go. 1 count of disorderly conduct for breaking a window. Who's going to take you to prison? I mean, my favorite route of things to explain about Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress inspired the world generation for Infiniminer. Minecraft was an Infiniminer clone. Minecraft then took more ideas from Dwarf Fortress because the psychotic creator of Minecraft decided, or liked some things in Dwarf Fortress. Then Minecraft had some of the early Battle Royale games in it, and Fortnite was originally supposed to be a Minecraft clone before it was then retooled into a tower defense game and then retooled into a battle royale game, but initially it was supposed to be kind of an open world gather materials and build stuff game. So in a way, Fortnite exists because of Dwarf Fortress. During my time in the here's the thing, like if you just have people running around committing crimes, dwarves get so upset, it's ridiculous, LaFonda. Like just make a prison. I mean, Fortnite was in development for like 8.5 years before it actually released, so. You popped an image in off topic. That's a lot of rain. Holy shit, that is like mild flooding. Wow. I mean, do I actually have a command for this? There you go. There are 2 links that might be helpful. So it seems like my captain of the guard's a bit too strong. Seems like my captain of the guard's a little bit too strong. Punches the merchant in the head with his right hand and the injured part explodes into gore. Who's my captain of the guard right now? Taurus. All right, Taurus. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to remove you from your job. You're too good at it. You are too good at it. Prismatic Flux, you get to be my new captain of the guard. I mean, I don't totally mind because it was just a merchant, but still, that merchant had a family. So, you know. That merchant had a family. So Prismatic Flux gets to be my captain of the guard now. Eesh. Why are you dressing wounds? Your head is torn open. What happened to you? Okay, you were fighting with a Wolverine. Nish, you were the one that was fighting. No recent announcements. Huh. Something tore your head open. Don't know what that was. Have they found the body yet? That's the question. Probably. Let's just make sure they put the body away. Where is the Wolverine? Probably in my kitchen. Being butchered. I mean, obviously the Wolverine lost because the dwarf just has their head torn open. Hunting Wolverines is dangerous business, you know? The dwarves are kind of busy at this exact moment. Oh, really? We're reporting another crime? Question is, where is Prismatic Flux? Just curious about what crime this dwarf is going to report. Okay, now you're cleaning, so you reported the crime. Maybe you were just another... Yeah, must have just been a, another witness for the same crime that we've already dealt with. Wrangling Wolverines, as in, like, taming them? You're gonna need to, elaborate a little more there. We have tamed Wolverines. I'm just too lazy to breed them. We've had Wolverines completely domesticated for a little bit, actually. Like I said, though, I'm just a little bit too lazy to do it and actually keep them. Because it's kind of a pain in the ass to keep them tamed. But we could domesticate them if we wanted to. I mean, we already have unicorns and cattle. Why do we need Wolverines? And sometimes sheep and a shit ton of chickens. There we go. Dwarf finally came and picked up the body. Unrelated, Ultimate, but my dad actually has 2 canoes. I miss them. War Wolverines? We're not at war, so why would I need War Wolverines? Also, God, that's hard to say. War Wolverine. Yeah, we're not at war with anybody in the world, so who cares? Besides, war unicorns are the ones we'd actually do if I were to have a stupid animal that required modding the raws to make them into them. Does my dad use them? Of course. Although I think they're thinking about selling one of them and getting a lighter one. Something that would be easier to get to the top of a mountain with. Yeah, definitely nah. Definitely nah with that. Dwarves are working on more glass. Good stuff. It's bright outside despite the rain. Is the sun shining through a hole in the clouds? Maybe it's like a short rain burst then. Won't last too long. We could really use some rain like that right now. And you told me that you were insane because X-Men was not a real thing. Wolverines are fucking scary. Wolverines are like, I've never seen a Wolverine in the wild, but that's like the one thing that genuinely does scare me because I do go hiking in Wolverine territories maybe like once a year or so. I've never actually encountered a Wolverine. Every time we've thought we were going to see a Wolverine, it turned out to just be a marmot or something like significantly less upsetting. But like, I'm more afraid of Wolverines than I am of bears. And I've seen more bears than Wolverines. Wolverines are mean. It's like a raccoon on crack. Like, you don't want to fight with a Wolverine if you can avoid it. I feel like Wolverines would be too uncoordinated to pull sleds. Black bears, which is why I'm not particularly afraid of them. Black bears are okay as long as you, like, keep them at a distance. I mean, the most classic instance of a black bear showing up in my city was this. This is from CBC News in 2011. This is a black bear on the back of a garbage truck that just rode in from one of the local mountains, one of the ski hills. It drove around on top of this garbage truck for a few hours before enough people screamed at the driver and he stopped. And then they had to tranquilize it, and then they carried it down. And then they took it back out. I love this image of all the police officers just carrying the bear. Because it's so funny. It's like, look, they're carrying a black bear. But anyway. Oh, Canada. I mean, what else are you going to do, Homing Drunk? It's a bear. So yeah, we do get grizzlies occasionally, but that's kind of... If there's a grizzly down here, something is wrong. Like, they shouldn't be that far down. I mean, it was in or on a dumpster or something that the dump truck driver, like, picked up, right? And KO'd it. Yeah, see, that's awful to the poor bear. Bear didn't mean to be there. Bear was there. Bear was there by mistake. Bear need help getting down. Bear just want to go home. So they helped the bear and they took the bear home. They literally like just drove it back up to the mountain and just left it somewhere until it woke up. Being chased off by a house cat? My standard poodle used to chase bears in the house that I grew up in. I watched her chase bears up trees on more than one occasion. Why were there bears in my house? On my property, not in the house. Because bears lived around the country and we lived in the country. And there was blackberries in my yard and bears like blackberries. Usually in the summer we would see 2 to 3 bears a day. And we'd get to know them and what time they come by because bears are very much creatures of habit. So they'd always come by at the same time of day and take the same routes. So it was pretty easy to avoid them. You just kind of need to be acquainted enough with the bears that you're not outside and close to their routes when they're outside. And, you know, they always left us alone. I have a few photos, actually. Maybe dig for one on my computer. But I have a few photos of, like, being, like, 5 meters away from a bear. Let's see if I have any on my computer. If I can't find any immediately, I'm not going to go digging. Some of these are pretty deep in my old photo albums. Yeah, I'm not seeing any of these immediately. Here's a picture from 2008 of my pet chameleon and my little sister's hand. In a bouquet, obviously. Yeah, actually finding some of these photos is difficult because there's so many. Oh, hold up. There's one. I took that photo. You just want a picture of Nick Cage in a bear suit? Yeah. Yeah, no, that was like maybe, I don't know. That wasn't zoomed in at all, so that was just me standing on the driveway and there's just a bear there. It's a bear. It's a black bear. Yeah, that's why we had bears, because that's where I grew up. You would be scared as fuck. I was on my bike. Dog was barking at me. Just stopped and pulled up my phone and took a photo. This was like probably the first smartphone I had when I took this picture. So this would have been like probably 2011-ish. I mean, to give you an idea, that's the view that I had growing up. So does that explain why there was bears around? You know, like, does that does that explain that? Oh, there's another picture of the bear. What's more height difference than your entire country? Those are some small hills in that picture. Although, to be fair, there is a volcano in the background of that picture. It's Mount Baker. If you want to look up that mountain. That was the volcano that I could see from the house that I grew up in. This is Mount Baker. But yeah, that's why there was bears in the yard where I grew up, because, you know, when you kind of live out in an area like that, it's kind of hard to, you know, not have bears everywhere to a degree. There's just gonna be bears around and there isn't much you can do about it. I mean, hold on. Let me show you the mountains that I can see from my current house. It would be hard for me to, it would be hard for me to go and snap a photo of them, but because I'd have to like run down to the road. But I can see these from my apartment. These guys. This, specifically. I can see this from my apartment. This is much closer, but I've also been at the top of those, up there, on multiple occasions. That's almost from the top. Almost. But, yeah. And this is like a 30-minute drive from where I live right now. And I live in downtown. 2 hours on a bus, 30 minutes in a car. It's kind of an odd bus route. Cleaning out that dwarf that passed away's stuff. We're into late winter. And people ask me why I still live here. It's like, it's worth the rent. You get to be close to that. Where did you, I mean, if there's more height difference in that one picture than in your entire country, where did you used to go hiking? Beermanir? Did you live in a different country at some point or something, or? Oh, wow. Pyrenees. Now that's somewhere I'd like to go hiking. We're trying to make babies in this fortress. Well, that is the only way we can get more dwarves in this fortress, yes. But we got plenty of babies. We have 10 children in the fortress currently. It's very pretty. Sounds lovely. Sounds lovely. But I don't think I could live anywhere without visible mountains. I feel so lost if there's no visible mountains around. Okay, well, those all finished. So we're kind of done making cloth for a little bit, which is good. You have episodes of that feeling? I mean, like, there's places that I've thought about going and living and moving to, but I always kind of come back to one thing, and it's just... it always kind of comes back to one thing, and it's just, I really would... miss the mountains if I were to go anywhere else. I could see myself moving a little bit more to a smaller town in the same general area, which I think I'd like to do at some point, but because I like the city, but I need to find a place where I can feel like I'm at home and not be surrounded by so many people. The city's nice, but it's oppressive. Now that you've seen where I grew up, you'll probably see my point of view as to why it's like, you know what, like, the city's great and all, but, like, what if I could just live in a small town again? Sounds pretty nice, not gonna lie. Stone has cooked a masterpiece. How good of little Stony. She's becoming one of our better chefs. 105 years old is Stone. 105. It's damn old for a little dwarf. God damn old. Yep. I kind of miss it. I mean, I don't mind condo living, and I'll probably live here for at least another year, but if I could find a place in BC that's not too far away, but at the same time far enough away from the city that I don't have to live in the city all the time, I might just do it. but still somewhere that like city's accessible. Because I would like to come back here for shows and such. That I think would be the ideal for me. That I think would be the ideal. But you know, at the end of the day, as long as I've got and as long as I have good internet, I can work, and as long as I can work, we're good, right? That's kind of what matters. You just need good internet. Spring has arrived. Has anybody died? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Cool. But the annual tribute from Pastiche Mac has arrived. Have I been outside the Americas, as in like North America? No. No, well, yeah, no, I've traveled around North America. I've been down to Mexico briefly, and I've been throughout the States and Western and Eastern Canada. I've been out to Quebec. I've been all the way out to Halifax at the far end of Canada, but like never left this chunk of the world. I haven't been to Europe or anything. I don't have too much aspirations to go there. There's a few places in like Holland I'd like to go to just because I got family out there. I'd like to go to TwitchCon EU at some point if that happens, because that would be the easiest way to meet my team. But outside of that, like I don't know. Don't really have too much aspirations to travel. There's enough stuff in Canada and the States and South America that could keep me busy for my entire life. But we'll see. Money is a huge controlling factor in that, because like I'm very frugal and I don't own a car, but because I still don't make a lot of money, traveling is expensive. Well, don't go to America. Come to Canada. Much better than America. Fuck America. Come to Canada. I know that you're saying America is in like the continent, but like fuck America. Go to Canada. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. Hear me near. If I knew, I would say, and I don't. Easier to travel there from Europe than the US? I mean, the thing about Canada is like you can get so much different Canada depending on which part of Canada you go to. Like, but I guess that can also be said about the States, but like Canada is a lot more quaint and not as. I mean, yeah, I guess if you go to downtown Toronto, it's going to be a clusterfuck, but there's a lot of places in Canada that you can go if you like more quiet traveling, that is. If you just like being in nature and that kind of shit, definitely go to Canada. Just quickly responding to an email that was time sensitive. Done. Medical evacuation insurance is useful. I mean, that kind of goes for traveling anywhere. Medical insurance when traveling is just a wise thing to get, even if you don't need it. It's like wear a seatbelt when you're in a car kind of deal, you know? It's just the wise thing to do. If you get in an accident, you won't go bankrupt. Yeah, I mean, you might have to spend 50 bucks on some stuff on the way out, but yeah. Rain has died down. Sounds like it was just a temporary downpour. We could use one of those real bad, man. What do you mean where they had those folks? What do you mean by those folks? I don't know exactly what you're referencing, Frog. The elves have arrived and are here to trade. They had people that traveled to other places to get people to U.S. hospitals. Yeah, I still don't really know what you're talking about. Also, this is a very small elven shipment. You must not be thrilled with me. But I don't know. At the end of the day, travel to where you want to travel to see things that you think are interesting. Doesn't matter where they are in the world. Just go to whatever you think is interesting. If you think North Korea is interesting, go to North Korea. You think Canada's interesting, come to Canada. You think Russia's interesting, go to Russia. You think Vietnam's interesting, go to Vietnam. Go to the Philippines. I mean, why not? You only get to travel there once. I mean, if I got the opportunity, I'd consider going to North Korea. Kind of a morbid curiosity to a degree, I would say. Oh, post-COVID, absolutely. Traveling right now is a fantasy that shouldn't happen. Although I've thrown around the idea of just like booking a cabin somewhere for a weekend and just like going and hiding for a bit. I might actually do that at some point towards the end of the year. Just go hide by myself in a cabin for a weekend, or maybe with a friend or two. Go to the zone. Ukraine told us to get out of there. Yeah. Get out of here, stalker. But till then. Yep. And that's when I will buy a new graphics card, when the new Stalker comes out. Yeah, no, it's, I mean, to be fair, Stalker had insane requirements in, like, 2007. So, like, yeah, Stalker looks primitive now, but that's because it's, you know, aged well. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about Stalker until it's a little closer. Game's still pretty far out. Also, I don't think that that's insane. For a modern game, 1060, yeah, it's about standard. It's about how high-end games run these days. So I don't think it's insane. I think it's actually pretty reasonable considering what they're trying to do. Personally, anyway. Yep, same. And you know what? I would argue that a 1070 is going to do you just fine for a while still. They brought an echidna, an emu, a donkey. Not much. Let's trade for the plums. Done. There technically is a new Stalker game out right now that you could go play for free, which is a fan-made Stalker game. So if you want to play a new Stalker game, go play Stalker Anomaly. It's on ModDB. It's free. Because they open sourced the engine, because the people who made Stalker are cool as hell. Haas has been feeling anxious. That's unfortunate. Hopefully you snap out of it, Haas. Okay, so we're going to finish up this round of glass and charcoal and everything, and then we're going to let the dwarves put stuff away for a little bit, and then we're going to do it again. And then we'll start building. I want to have like 400 glass blocks before we start work again. Chat, just kind of an open poll here. Or more of like a pointer for discussion. If you were to get into a mud, like a multi-user dungeon MMO, if you were to play one, what is one feature that you would consider mandatory? This could be anything. Pie in the sky, easily accessible, something that's normal and considered mandatory for a mud, or something that you would want, hypothetically. Also, this stockpile's getting busy. We got a Minotaur, a Giant, and a Giant. And a Cyclops. It's getting busy. You would like to be able to move. Okay, well, we already got that feature down packed. You can move around a space. You can't interact with anything yet, but you can move around. Customized description of character and items, or at least naming them. Something that I think I want, and I don't know if this is something that you guys would want, but I would want a mandatory, well, relatively high level of RP requirement, if that makes sense. Outside of like newbie room and whatnot, I kind of want role-playing to be kind of a semi-mandatory thing. So kind of bouncing off what Aqua just said, of characters and items. I think that everything should be nameable. And I think that names should be persistent. So if you had an item and you named it, you released it out into the world, someone else could collect that item and name it. Or it would still have the same name attached to it. I think that like reading the lore primer should be a sign-up requirement type deal, you know? Like if you're going to start playing, you kind of have to know the base of the lore. So we have to make this thing readable, if that makes any sense. Or maybe like make a lore primer video or something. One of the two. Ability to craft gear and weapons and trade gear and weapons with other players. Craft gear and weapons. Okay. I feel like I should be writing this down. Base build? Now that, I don't know. I don't know how possible base building is within MUDs, because I've never played a MUD with base building. Just quickly making a notes document for myself. It could be implemented as adding or describing rooms and specifically owned zones, but that would require room adding permissions to be a zone level instead of world level. Yeah, I mean, because like base building in a mud would literally be like just write the description of the thing, and then when somebody goes there, then they see the description of the thing, right? Because that's quite literally what base building in a mud would end up looking like, which could be doable, but outside of like you apply for a room and or a space to be your player owned space, I don't know how you would restrict that. Like I don't know how you could like lock a space. I mean, I guess you could do like locked doors and such, just have a limited number of keys, but yeah, no, absolutely. Like, because, you know, when you walk into a room with a mud and you look around, it's like you see a chest, you see a key, you see a pickaxe, you see, I don't know, a kobold holding a dagger type deal. And, like, so in theory, you could put things in there, like fill your room up with cheese wheels or whatever. But, like, so in theory, you could do that. Probably. I don't know how it would end up working playability wise. Feel like you don't know enough about muds to make any suggestions? I feel like what we should do is I should just give you guys a mud to go invade and just try. But there's so many muds. Yeah. And the key could be X person, theoretically. But that could also end up making an absolutely massive mess. You played an LP mud where you could build your own castle and region. And how did that end up working in game, Frog for Hire? Your entry was an object in the room that it was in? Okay. Thick goblin waifu. So to be clear, Ha says, I want to make something sci-fi. So probably no goblins. Not 40k sci-fi anyway. You've only played Batmud? I've played Batmud. I am an Ent. Very low level Ent. Batmud, I very quickly ran into trolls and got kind of lost interest, but I haven't. I like what Batmud does. I've found myself wanting something heavier in RP, and I've found a few and then kind of backed out. But yeah, Batmud is kind of a good source of inspiration for what I want that thing to look like visually anyway. No space goblins? I don't know if I want to have races. Like, I know humans are boring, but one of my least favorite things about muds is being put into a world and then being told a bunch of very specific decisions right away. Like I said, I kind of don't want races. I kind of just want it to be one race of whatever that is. Because that removes the need for specific decisions. Or instead of separate races, just separate cultures. I think that is much more interesting than separate races. Just because of how often those stereotypes are analogs for our own racism right now. I don't really like that. I mean, I'm not going to respond to that, Haz. Yes. That is... Like when I was talking to B-Lug about this, I really like the way Caves of Cud does their character building, where it's everything is human or human-ish, but you're not human anymore. You're something else. Maybe you're a human that spent a lot of time in a very radioactive world, and so the humans that come from there are a little mutated in a way. MUDs are literally a command line of text with multiple players taking part. It's like a programmed chat room held together with Lua code so that certain things happen when you go to certain areas of the chat room, all held on a giant public server or private server. Because that's another thing. I haven't decided if it's going to be public or not yet. Like, there's the idea of, like, making it sub-only. There's also the idea of, like, locking it behind base level paywall. There's the idea of having a public version and a private version. I don't know. I don't know what that side of it's going to look like yet, but there's a few MUDs on Steam. But the reason I want to build a MUD specifically, Beermanier, is they are completely playable with no vision. And I've been looking for a MUD that I could get into on stream, and I've been having a really hard time finding one that I think would both gel with the stream, but also at the same time anyway, sorry, I was just writing a thing down. Yeah, anyway. Different feudal states maybe having wars with each other? Theoretically, yeah. Through text-to-speech or upper rail monitor or multiple other ways. But generally through text-to-speech, yeah. Because in theory, you could just have Microsoft Sam fucking read it all to you. Because it's literally just like a command line. I mean, this is Mudlet, which I have up here. These are all different MUDs that are all just built in, which you can just select and join in. These are all up and running MUDs. There's Batmud. But yeah, these are all just like pre-installed setup with Mudlet. So if you install Mudlet, you can just go jump into one of those and start fucking around. Maybe even lit plates. Sure, why not? I mean, Animal's gonna name his first ship the Rafflecopter. I'm putting a bet on that right now. Go to Google and type in Mudlet. It's free. Runs on anything. They also have a Discord server. Of course, you could also use like Telnet, which is admittedly a lot more old school. But they actually have a bunch of screenshots of different MUDs, which is kind of neat. This is an example of what a MUD can end up looking like, a more produced one. And then, of course, you know, your stat screens. But these are what Mudlet themes can look like, you know? So they can be a little bit more basic. Let's see if I can find one that's very basic. Something that's very basic, very text-heavy, but they can go, you know, they can be quite pretty looking after a while. And there's a lot you can do with them. They're very, 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 very flexible with themes and whatnot, and visual styles. So you could have a map, but you don't need one. You can go as simple as just pure text, or you can have visual aids. Because everything can be described via the text window, you don't actually need to have other UI or HUD elements. A must would be able to enjoy it with short playing sessions. Totally. No, I completely agree with that. I mean, like, part of the challenge of a MUD, I think, is playtime requirement, because a lot of the MUDs that have been around for a really long time all have really large amounts of playtime kind of required, but can be very consuming and interesting and fun to play once you get into one, right? Think of it like computerized D&D in a way, but through a text client. Same for any MMO. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I kind of agree with the short play sessions thing. I wonder how possible it would be to have something like an EVE Online system where you can be like studying skills without being online. I wonder if that's a thing that we could do. I don't know what that would look like. But a system where, like, example, you leave your character just like studying or working. I wonder if there's a way to just like leave a character idle without actually playing, where you're not necessarily in danger. As a minor interest? I mean, for me, it's a minor obsession, but... Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely understand that. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to keep in mind for sure. Noted. When your kiddo joined the family. I mean, Eve is like a second job, and I definitely don't want this to be a second job. I mean, I want this to be the sort of thing that you could, like, pop in for 2 hours and play, or pop in for 20 minutes and play, you know? I don't know. I mean, we need to look into how much, like, background simulation is possible for this thing. Yeah, I have no desire to play Eve. Eve is too big. Eve is too goddamn big. I want this to be a little bit more intimate than Eve. I feel like this dwarf can recover. You've been pretty far gone for a while, but you haven't... Well, I mean, the thing that we need to do first before we do anything is I need to get... I've invited a couple people already, so if I haven't DM'd you yet, I'm sorry, but you're not one of the people I've invited. I've invited a few people already. To come and help me with things. And specifically what I would like to get, the things I need to get done right now. Just strictly speaking about, like, just strictly speaking about, like, the game itself. The thing that we need to get done right now is we need a name, or at least a temporary name that'll probably become a permanent name. I need to finish the lore feel. So I need to finish kind of writing my pitch to the people that I'm going to get, or the pitch that I will give to the people that will help me write lore. And I got a few people that I've already reached out to and a few more that I'm going to reach out to. Then I will make a private section, a secret section, I guess. Well, it won't be secret, but it will be the locked section of my Discord that I'll let people into if they want to be into, where we will start working on documents to start building a background lore. And then from there, we will turn that into what will hopefully start getting pieced together into the game. You see, like, those are questions I don't know right now. Those are questions I don't have an answer for because we don't have a lore base yet, right? So before, like, I don't really want to start designing systems until we have enough fiction in place that we can design systems that make sense. As far as that, the answer could be yes or it could be no, right? There are MUDs with a shit ton of grinding and like running dungeons to get better gear, right? There are MUDs where XP is awarded based on gear. There are MUDs that don't have any leveling and it's purely based on gear. There's MUDs that have a lot of crafting. Like the answer could be anything to that. Do we want grinding? Is grinding something that we want, or do we want it to be more mechanics driven and run focused? Like what do we want to do? We could do almost anything. These systems are very malleable and pretty easy to work on. So I don't know. That's a good question. And it's a difficult question to answer right now because, as I said, we don't really have background lore yet. I have like a handful of paragraphs that I wrote last night, and over the last few days, but that's about it. But they're mostly like color and mood text, not even really beginnings of lore. So. Eve, more real-world problems, but worse online. I don't agree that they're worse. If anything, I would rather have real-world problems online than in person with actual people. But something that, like, just jumping back over to the way these MUDs on Mudlet look, you know, like, I kind of want something that has a bit more HUD than not. I mean, having a game that's playable in a almost entirely text setting is a really neat idea, but I think we should have some sort of a map set up. I think that we should definitely have some sort of visual aids for people that would want that. Because, you know, as I said earlier, like some of these are pretty simplistic and then some of them just kind of look like Diablo in a way. I haven't actually played, I'm actually not familiar with that one at all. But, you know, it's like the UI needs to be optional. The game needs to be playable without it, but we should have some sort of visual aids. But anyway, if anybody wants to just look through what I'm talking about, have a peek. It is warm today. Holy shit. How hot is it outside? My AC is running and it's like not doing a very good job. Oh, it's 32 outside today. That's why. Cool. Fucking gross. Currently feels like 28 is 27 outside right now. It's supposed to be 32 by midday. Oh, great. And air quality is moderate. Sweet. I'm actually going to go take a peek outside. I'm curious about what color the sky is right now. It was pretty smoky the other day. I'll be back in a sec. Sun is not orange, so that's nice. Lots of dwarves dumping things. But yeah, no. The concern of like time requirement is a very real thing. But it also is something that I don't really know. And you know, like, that part is kind of tricky where it's just like, well, it's hard. It's hard to give direct answers when it comes to a lot of that stuff right now. It's hard to give direct answers because I do not know currently. Also, don't worry, Hazaza, I am adding big titty robot waifu to recommendations list. Oh, I think the bank account that I applied for like a week and a half ago now finally is set up. Curious. Is it in the app? No, not the goblin. I mean, if he wants to paint it like a goblin, maybe, but we have to keep it in lore, you know. Of session-based play like how it is in SS13. I like that idea too, and I would also like to play SS13. That being said, I don't want this to be session-based. I want this to be persistent. But I think that it would be cool if there was a possibility to have something in the game that was more session-based. Hey, Cupo. What's up? Let's see. Is it actually like in this app now? There's things that I really like about SS13, and then there's also things that I think are awful about SS13. Nope, it's not listed in my bank app yet, but apparently it's active, so. Why does the fort stink? Good question. I think it's because I was butchering meat and we butchered too much of it and I ran out of space in the stockpile, so we're trying to fix that. But my military has this weird annoying problem where, or my various military squads will just like bring food with them and then dump it on the ground and then it'll rot. And then it just sits there forever. Not totally sure how to deal with that, but yeah, I butchered too many animals all at once. This is just the garbage pile up here anyway, so we'll get that fixed. I've also got a growing collection of giants, minotaurs, and cyclopses, and I don't know what to do with them. They're just slowly growing. We just added another giant to that this morning. So, not sure what to do with them, aside from, like, maybe put them somewhere. Oh, is that what causes that? Huh. Noted. So the butcher was busy. There's wolverines coming by all the time. It's one of the most commonly hunted things. So. Just read a book that had an SS13 chapter. What book? Now I'm curious. Who's writing about SS13? Or never build a backpack. Well, the never build a backpack part is difficult because I have 3 factions bringing me stuff. We are 280 years old. I got 3 factions that bring me stuff like 3 times a year because they bring me tributes. And one of the things they really like to bring us are backpacks. I mean, Stone could probably tell you how many backpacks they've brought us, but I never make backpacks. Yet we always have lots of backpacks. So it's just kind of a thing that just happens frequently. That I've played, yes. I have played 280 years of this fortress. That is the full playlist. If you want to see some proof of the insanity of this fort. I haven't retired or re-embarked on the fort once. None of the merchants were. So currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 dwarves in the fortress were not born here because we don't get migrants anymore because there's over 9,000 dead. But like if I were to pop up like say Stone, look at her history and jump to Sparkly, who's dead, jump to there. Okay, let's jump to you. Let's go to, let's say your cousin. Let's go back another generation. Okay, so they came from miners. Running to the end of this, I need to find grandparents. Maternal grandmother. Okay. So this is first generation right here. Eripterus was one of my starting 7. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ish. Yeah, this game does need a family tree viewer. The problem is like most people don't, you know, actually have families, let alone enough family that it would warrant a family tree. But God, a family tree viewer would be lovely. Like if I could easily just like look at like the route instead of going into a menu within a menu within a menu within a menu within a menu. I think there might have been an extra generation, but yeah, we're on like generation 6 or generation 7. Not all of the original starting 7 had kids though. So there have been some dead family trees, and obviously like there's some dwarves in the fort that like my king's parents weren't born in the fort. My king's parents were 2 merchants. Their lover, however, also their parents were merchants. So it's like not everybody in the fortress is like multiple generations, but a pretty high percentage of them were. But every single dwarf that is not a merchant in this fortress was born here, regardless of whether or not their parents were. It's like a weird way to play the game because it's like we're non-violent, right? We're trying to go as long as possible without going to war with anybody, just for sake of frame rate and like ease of dwarf mental health management, because we're one version behind right now, which is still pre like super stress nerf and food buff and all that such. So it's like it's a lot more like a non-stop soap opera almost, of like watching the little relationships happen, see dwarves hook up with other dwarves and like keeping the population up, which is why a lot of the time the streams that I do of this fort just end up devolving into me chatting about random shit with dwarves in the background. But like it's been fun. There's certain dwarves that dwarves really like dedicating artifacts to. There's this one dwarf named Euthris Workticked, who was an early migrant into the fortress, which a lot of dwarves dedicate their artifacts to. But outside of that, like there's a good amount of neat stuff that happens in this fort. It's been fun to follow. I think chat likes it to a degree, even though some people are probably bored shitless of it. We've actually dug down pretty far now. I can't find the second cavern layer. I found the first and the third one. The third one is like super goddamn deep. But we're in the process of pumping lava from down here in this reservoir, which I did go through the effort of like surrounding in kimberlite, which is, you know, more effort than I usually put into things. We're going to pump lava from here all the way up to the surface. And then once I finish digging it out, pump it into this glass tube to make a giant lava lamp for reasons. It'll, I guess, sort of just be a giant vertical lava reservoir. And once we actually have that done, then we can do a lot more with it and mess around. It's going to be filled all the way up to here, which is the actual tavern. That's the idea, is it's going to go all the way up to here. But I might do more with it when we actually pump it. I don't know. It's going to take me a while still to actually do that because I can't overwork the dwarves because we only have 41 plus a total of 54, including the merchants. So the actual, and like what, 9 of them are children. Somebody just grew up, actually. 9 of them are children. So because so many of them are children, they can't actually do any work. And because they can't actually do any work, there's our newest. Because they can't actually do any work, I can only work the dwarves so much before they kind of go nuts. So I have to be really careful. Yeah, lava bomb. Exactly. Build the plug and make a fountain. I wouldn't know how to do that, but I would be super down to make some sort of like encased fountain. But I have no idea how to do that. Aren't those like really harsh on frame rate though? Need trapping and carpentry because I need to make traps for my mayor. Is there anything else that you like? I have to make you a gem cutter. Yeah, because you are the person you are. Want to give you any farming? Let's give you shearing. Before letting it run or shut it off somehow? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Oh, you sure can. Here's the thing. For those of you who don't know who Cupo is, Cupo builds some of the most creative things I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. So if you don't watch Cupo, you really should. Because, like, people tell me that the stuff I make in this game is pretty and creative looking, and I just, like, smile and shake my head. Because, like, my shit's ugly. Should see what Cupo makes. But yeah, I don't know. Frame rate is the most important thing in this fortress because I don't want it to suddenly take me 5 times as long to get through years. So I need to be very careful with what I actually do. You're not saying it isn't a pain in the ass. Oh, yeah. That's a given. Find me something in Dwarf Fortress that isn't a pain in the ass. God, that's a lot of stink. It's all outside, though. Is there, like, 1 tile of roofing over top of that or something? Also, why is there a hole in this roof? What the fuck? How long has that been there? Where did that fall from? Huh. Good man, Dave. Good man. But yeah, the one thing I do know that I'm doing is we're making a lava bong or a lava lamp, whatever you want to call it. Although, if I were to recreate my own bong, it would have to be ceramic, because that's what my actual bong is made out of. I do also have a glass one, but I never use it. Why Why are you stressed again, you little shitter? I have a few dwarves that are like perpetually stressed unless they're training. And then they train and their stress goes away like that. They're fickle. Not much I can do about it though. Ballista arrow. Okay, boss. Because chat made me post a picture of it the other day. Those are mine. You just got it. I have those which I use with a dry herb vape. X-Max 2 Pro. Which I'm not particularly thrilled with because it's a pain in the dick to clean, but it does the job. It works. And Royal Treasure has arrived. Did they bring the humans? Yeah, one of them did. Why is there... Okay. Why are people leaving musical instruments out in the middle of nowhere? Come on, guys. It's a dog leather one. Dog leather bagpipe. I mean, it's not bad. It's just hard to clean. Because I have to kind of like get in there with isopropyl to like actually clean out the inside of it, but it doesn't come apart enough. But it gets the work done. Yeah, I mean, smoke for me is just like not something I enjoy. It's like last ditch effort if my vape's dead. It's like if I really need something and my vape decides to not want to work, then yeah, I guess. But this is what I use. Terrible name, but for the website. Or a great name, depending on how badly you like dad jokes. It's either a great name or a terrible name. And that thing has a bong attachment for it. And unlike the pod systems, I don't have to worry about getting cartridges. Ooh, you've had a rough week. What are you in conflict with? I don't actually see you being in conflict with anything, but you were in conflict with something. World's the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I was going through too many things all at once. I mean, you know, everything in moderation, right? The things that are particularly bad for you, more moderate. That's the way I see it. It's like sometimes you just gotta go out with friends and get really drunk. Just don't do that very often and don't make a habit out of it. And you'll be okay. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Thanks for the shipment of wood so I don't have to piss off the elves more than I already do. Did the other humans arrive? Or is it just the one? Did that too? I mean, sometimes you got to do that to blow off steam. I did that the other week with a streamer friend of mine. That was fun. We went and drank whiskey and had some beers in the park. It was a good time. And the other humans have arrived. There we go. On birthday, it's exciting. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Either first time seeing somebody in a really long time that you like hanging out with, or birthdays. Both acceptable. But when I say that this thing's kind of a pain in the dick to clean, this is what I mean. Like, this is the... Shut up. This is the actual, like, bowl that this thing has. Cleaning that with a Q-tip is, fun. Fun. It's not, like, optimal. I'll put it that way. I mean, like, it comes with all this shit, which is pretty helpful to clean it, but only to a degree. But I just used that thing with a water pipe adapter, and it's kind of lovely. It's like breathing hot air in. Or not even hot. It's like breathing cool air in. This VOD's gonna get demonetized on YouTube for showing off smoking paraphernalia. Actually, that's never happened to me before, so we'll see how that ends up working out. This is the laggiest time of year because we have like 200 humans that show up. It's kind of weird thinking that forts have different amounts of lag per year. We'll be leaving a lurk for a bit. Cheers, Aqua. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending time around the stream. At least weather has nice graphics. I'm trying to make a weather pun, and I don't think chat would weather it. Just on what reality you are in. At least you don't notice it if there is any. Yeah. No, lag in this fort like is highly dependent on what animals are alive at the time and on the map and whether or not I'm trading. I don't know what you're talking about, animal. I wish it was raining here. I would be very happy if it rained here. Apparently some people in the greater Vancouver area got rain the other day. Wasn't me. It somehow completely missed where I'm at. Completely. Not exactly thrilled about that. Also, hello. Alchemicon Silver. How's things? Also, did you change your name? Because you've talked a lot in the chat, but I don't really remember your name. So either I have bad memory, or you changed your name. Both of these things are possible. But yeah, today's been a fun stream so far. Made some progresses into things that are going to be interesting. So in the background, I have this Discord up. These are updates being made to Jupiter Hell in real time. Anybody can access it. It's a public chunk of their Discord, but it's it's kind of wild watching them just like constantly just like pushing updates to a game that they've also had to give access to streamers. You do what you gotta do, man. Go get some of that lost sleep. Go snooze. You have good. Huh. Also, I don't know why this wasn't mentioned in stream and just posted on the Discord, but I somehow missed this. J. Allen Brack steps down from Blizzard. I think that the most important thing to say in regards to, I like that this is a fucking Yahoo Entertainment article as if people use this website. I think the only relevant thing to say in regards to this is na hey goodbye. Unless anybody has something better. Jalen Brack has stepped down from his post of nearly 2 years following an investigation by the California Department of Fair Enjoyment, housing exposed numerous allegations of harassment and frat boy workplace culture. They really need to stop using that term because it's just an excuse for adults to be horrible fucking people. If anything, it should be like criminal harassment. It's like adding a funny term to something that's awful. World of Warcraft and Overwatch publisher announced the executive reshuffling on Tuesday via statement. Great. They also, you know, hired union busters and all that shit. I mean, it's possible, but what was your name before? Alchemic and Silver? Or just, I'm just gonna call you Silver because that's easier. Okay, yeah, I know who you were then. And I don't believe I've seen you since you changed your name. Mayor has forgotten their demand, meaning I can take that black bronze table out of your thing now. 2 more ballista arrows. I mean, you can keep the table. I think it was a table. It was a table made of something. It's either rose gold or black bronze. Cannot remember which. Let's buy all of the wood. Trade. Let's bring all those meat pots down. Sell all of that meat. Once again, I need to output some of it. We got too much. And it's super easy for us to access more, so we don't need to worry too much about it. But yeah, today is just a lot of discussion of the beginnings of working. We've just been discussing the beginnings of working on a text-based MMO as a community. Trying to figure out how possible and doable it is. That's kind of the main thing that we've been talking about today. while watching dwarves be dwarves. Man. Harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. It's really not that tragic, which is the sad bit. My life has been more tragic than your life, Dwarf. But seeing that there's interest at all in the idea, because it's something that I've kind of had running in the background that, like, I'll be honest, I've just kind of had running in the background as ideas. But not something that has actually, like, really, you know, become something. So we've got a long ways to go. Good wins, Stupid and Stone. Rip me. Stone is continuing towards that goal of 6-7-6-7, if I'm not mistaken. Gotta stop risking it all now? I mean, just risk what you're willing to lose, right? Don't risk it all. Only risk what you're willing to lose. Also, I don't want to jump to conclusions here, but we got 2 days left in the Patreon poll vote. So if you haven't voted yet and you support me on Patreon, you should go vote for the next game that we're going to stream. But we have another Minotaur. The game that's currently in the lead is Cogmind. Between Cogmind Rogue, Empire, and Sword of the Stars of the Pit. The Minotaur! Zum Zust Utux has come. A giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. A giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. Looks like it's pretty safe to just run and get caught in one of my traps. Let's see. Does it make it in? Nope, it does not. Got him. Another one to add to the collection. The question is, does this one have any gear? I don't think so. So wouldn't it be shown in here? So far they've all been naked, so I expect this one to be the same. Looks like the humans will be leaving soon, meaning that we're getting close to the end of summer. Which means it's probably time to do another round of glass. And get all that done. Get another round of glass up and running. Who to thank? Well, Fraserus. Yeah. Who popped in and dropped a really big gift sub bomb and then vanished off into the night. Perhaps came from the world of YouTube? It's hard to say. Although it's always hard to say with those sorts of things. Evil Trick has become an elite wrestler. I'm sure he'd be proud to know that. How are you doing today, Peter? Welcome back to the world of the Hatted. Chat's a little lurky at the exact moment, so I'm trying to find a subject that chat is interested by so that I can wake chat back up. Takes a little bit of rambling sometimes. Drank a little much yesterday. Hey, you gotta do that sometimes. Gotta drink a little much sometimes. Cat memes? Cat memes aren't interesting to literally anybody. They're fun for about 3 seconds to look at, and then you move on to the next cat meme. So, I mean, I don't have any cat memes because I don't collect cat memes because I don't particularly care about cats, and I also don't really like memes. So, I'll take care of cats temporarily from time to time. Yep, old Russian Blue's been back home since Friday. You live in the wage slave zone? I mean, I'm just rambling over here, Crow. Doesn't matter if you gotta be lurky. I mean, I also drank a little bit too much last night, but actually didn't wake up with any sort of hangover, which is surprising. I've been working my way through these massive bottles of cider that my mom gave me. So I finished one of them, and I'm like a third of the way through the second one. And the first one's bottle is now the home of mint tea. I made some mint tea and filled it up. Because the bottles are just too nice to just toss. These things. Especially considering they're like not readily accessible from normal liquor stores around here. You actually have to like go to their brewery to get it. So my mom gave them to me as a gift, so now I have 2 of these bottles, and they have like really, really nice seal clamps at the top, and so they're gonna be my tea bottles for a bit. Maybe I'll make some like tonics or something. We'll see. See, I don't do tea bags. I literally grow tea. Here, I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you what I mean. That's mint. I got 3 different types of mint in there. In a bottle. Just let that sit for a few days, and then you got really nice, cool tea. Oh, god damn it. They're stinking up the place again. Yeah, bloody morons dumping cheese on the ground. Yeah, I grow it all out of my porch. I mean, it's been in there since last night, so by tomorrow I'll start sipping it. Then do it again. I see cheese. Sleep is coming for you? The way you say that, it sounds like a monster is coming to attack you. Take care. Get a good night's sleep, yeah? Also, Crow, I don't believe that has been posted before. Although I have listened to Tar Pit before. Purely because I subscribed to that YouTube channel and I saw it pop up. And also, I will screenshot everything going forward. Although not sure how much more Longdeath will do today. I think Longdeath is going to be a little bit on the shorter side today. Because I'm still in very much a roguelike feeling mood. You know what I mean? I kind of tip back and forth between wanting to play a lot of Dwarf Fortress and just wanting to play a lot of dungeon crawlers. But yeah, no, I think it's gonna be, you know, I've said this a couple of times. I think only in the last year, last 2 years, have I really figured out what I want this stream to be for the long term. It's like kind of before that point, this stream was always just kind of something that I did, and I didn't really have a plan. I didn't really have like a future plan. I just kind of I streamed games, and that's kind of all there really was to it. I think at this point, I've kind of potentially figured out what the long-term future for this stream's going to be. Oh, the Slipknot shirt? Yeah. Maybe they'll actually come here again and do another show. This is like 2014, I think. It was like right after I moved in here. Yep. I mean, Joey Jordison passed away, if you didn't know. But I hope that your dad's doing okay or did okay. Because that kind of stuff is always difficult to describe and really, really hard to deal with. Not bad. So I think we'll do another full round of charcoal, sand, and green glass blocks, and then we will go and install those. And that's kind of the main project for today, is just making green glass blocks and installing green glass blocks. Ideally, dwarves should still be bringing more wood down in here. As far as repairing those dwarves that are really depressed, they've all made artifacts, so they can't actually die of depression, but hopefully they bounce back sooner rather than later. Yeah, I don't know. This year has been a rough year for the music industry, Crow. We've lost so many amazing musicians. Like, the last 2 years has been a really tough period of time for the music industry, just based on the number of various losses. But I don't know. I don't know. Tough year for the music industry. Now I'm just all bummed out. Such is life. Murphys the second. What do you want to do? Want to do something creative? Let's give you leatherworking, stone crafting, bone crafting, glass working, glass making, and clothes making. And let's make some more glass furnaces. I'm just trying to, like, find topics to talk about, you know? It can be difficult sometimes. As I think we've kind of, like, cleared everything that there really is to talk about mud-related. It's like Joey Jordison passing away is a rough one, but also, like, you know, he hasn't been in the band for a number of years, but still, like, I listen to his music frequently. Oh, that's good to hear. Still gets nerve pain in his arm. I can confirm that sucks. Was mostly paralyzed for like a year. Jeez. I would say I'm significantly more bent out of shape by St. Pierre, who was the drummer of Hum. That's the one that's actually, like, fucked me up, because I listened to way too much Hum. And I've never seen Hum live because they've never really done a tour. They put out their first album in 21 years and their drummer dies, like, in 6 months. It's like, oh, man. What are the fucking odds? Newest iteration of Bastet has become an elite wrestler. Speaking of elite wrestlers, how are the depressed ones in these squads doing? This dwarf is improving. It's like almost entirely positive recent thoughts. So Cyrolac maybe is savable. Also hasn't tantrumed yet. If tantrums, he's dead, but... Art his life, says Abe. Interesting. You need abstract thinking. Slipknot was your gateway band into heavy stuff? My gateway band into heavy music was a band that I don't like that much these days. Was Sonic Syndicate. Sonic Syndicate is like pretty standard, like immature metalcore, but like the funny thing about Sonic Syndicate is slowly over the like 3 years that I listened to that band a lot, every single one of the original founding members left, to the point where the band Sonic Syndicate still exists and still tours. None of the original lineup are in it, which is just kind of like a little weird, because every now and again I'll see a new album from Sonic Syndicate and I'll be like, what the fuck? And then I'll listen to it and I'll be like, yo, this is like legit good shit. But because it's called Sonic Syndicate and because they still tour and because they still perform the old stuff as a completely new band, it's like, I can't get into this at all. Reminds you of a band that you liked, As Blood Runs Black. I remember that name. Did similar thing happen to them? Twice? How does that happen? How do you do that twice? Did they bring the original lineup back and then kick them out again? That's weird. I still listen to heavy stuff, but like most of the heavy stuff that I listen to now is like local bands. It's like I'm way more into just like grunge and stoner stuff, like just the real fuzzy stuff. This is an album I've been listening to a lot. I bought it on recommendation from some people in the record collecting community. And they had one, when I went to the Bandcamp page, they had one copy of the pink pressing of the LP left, and I just kind of impulse bought it because it was really cheap. But it's like, I mean, how could you not buy a record that looks like that on impulse? I know I did. So, been listening to that a lot because it's good. Raving, Drooling by Dead. Also, maybe a really bad name for a band, Dead, but... So that's kind of what I listen to a lot these days. I still do listen to heavy music, but for me at this point, I think I like seeing heavy bands live more than I actually like listening to them. Like, I've seen Suffocation live like 3 times now. I won't ever listen to Suffocation. I own 2 Suffocation patches and, like, have gotten really hurt in their mosh pits before, but I will probably never just sit down and listen to Suffocation. Not because I don't like Suffocation, but because it's just not the kind of music I like to listen to, but fucking hell, they put on a good show. Like, holy shit, that kind of music is just so fucking good. Where they would just switch the entire lineup album by album. See, that's kind of a neat idea, but that needs to be like the... that needs to be kind of a, what's the word I'm looking for here? like a gimmick, I guess. It's like I don't know if you've ever heard of the band Broken Social Scene, but they're kind of like a hippy dippy hipster band. But every single album, and in some cases every single song, all of the musicians are different. There's like two people who are on everything that they do, and then the rest is just guest musicians. So they'll have like sometimes upwards of like 10 to 15 musicians on a song, and then they'll tour with that crew, and then they'll never play that album again. Neat band. So stuff like that can be kind of cool if it's like part of the group's gimmick. But if it's just like a record label like swapping the lineup, then yeah, that's just fucking stupid. In a tiny bar stood a near two from the terrace. They are so fucking good. Redbeard's Revenge, so fucking good. The venue that I've seen them in 3 times now is Rickshaw Theater in Vancouver. It's a 250 if sold out venue, like 250 person venue. So not what I would call small, but certainly not large. Like the crowd stands about, I don't know, half a meter away from the stage. Like there is like a security pit, but it's like maybe half a meter. Like it's pretty small. The whole venue, like you could, it's like, I don't know, maybe 10 meters across. Like it's not a big venue. It does have a balcony though, and if they open the upper balcony up, they can get the extra 50 people up there. But usually those shows are like maybe 150 people in their top size. It's a middle school auditorium. It's actually a converted movie theater from the 40s. So it was a movie theater, but it was converted into a live music venue, and it's a non-profit thing. Good acoustics? Oh, it sounds lovely in there. It's like an, as my friend Kevin describes it, it's like a audio pressure cooker. um, it's like just a mess of sound, but it's really nice if you have. Um, did somebody die? Whose body is that? Side Scoop. Oh, Side Scoop must have gone insane and starved to death. Man, rip. Well, shit. Can I get a round of Fs for Side Scoop? Who went off and died, apparently. Damn, that sucks. That dwarf was depressed for a while, but I didn't think they would actually, like, starve to death. I mean, here's the website if you want to see it. They have some images on the site, but tell me if you want to take a look. If I can make their website load, because it likes to load kind of slowly. That's it. Although, I will be honest, I've never seen it this clean. That's it. It's a pretty small venue. This is where I've seen suffocation. I've also never seen it with this many lights on. It's always way darker than that. Yeah. You've been away for a month? Passed away of old age, if I remember correctly, for Crow. Autumn has come, meaning it's time for me to screenshot a lot of stuff for Stone. And there they are. Can't remember the name of the place now. There's smaller venues like that in Vancouver, but that's just like the main venue where all the bands play. I actually have a bunch of tickets to go see shows in October and November, but we'll see if those happen at this point. Why do dwarves go insane? Why does anybody go insane? There's lots of things that can make dwarves go insane. They'll starve themselves to death if they get too depressed, and that's what happened to that dwarf. That dwarf got very depressed due to lack of met needs, which is difficult with certain types of dwarves where they're not allowed to do certain jobs if they want to do certain jobs, and that particular dwarf went nuts and passed away, unfortunately. But lots of things can cause dwarves to go insane. Trying to create an artifact can make a dwarf go insane. Failing to create an artifact can make a dwarf go insane. Lack of food that they like can hurt them. There's lots of things that can make dwarves go nuts. Dwarves are rather delicate little critters. Oh, damn. One fucking page? The hell happened? So normally these guys send multiple pages worth of stuff. But that's one. Wow. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, no, that's the one thing that I've missed the most throughout the pandemic is the lack of concerts. The lack of concerts has been rough. I know it's like such a first world problem thing, but at the same time, it's like the things that I would give to just go see a metal show right about now. But we'll see. I got Propagandy in... actually going to get rid of this stockpile. I've got Propagandy happening in October. So we'll see if that show happens. If it does, it'll be in that venue, and they're only allowed to sell out 50% of the space, and they have to have all of the balconies open. So it'll be 50% capacity with all the balconies open, so there should be plenty of space to just hide from people. Which is what I'm going to do. Stay up on the balcony and just avoid people. But that should be a fun show. Hopefully it happens. Because that would mean that things are safe enough for it to happen. It's like the only thing I do for fun. Like, you know, for a lot of people, they're like, oh no, various things they want to do, but they can't do them. Everybody kind of lost a lot of social outlets, I think. But for me personally, it's like all my hobbies, everything I do for social activity, and everything I do is like to pass the time, like evolves around concerts. It's like all of my free time just goes into the downtown concert scene normally. It's like during normal times I'll go to between 1 to 5 shows a month. I mean, most of these are like indie shows where I don't know any of the bands. But that's how you find cool new shit, generally. That's how you find interesting music to listen to, you know? It's like, I'm pretty easily pinned as a metalhead, but it's like, I also really like going to jazz shows. I very much enjoy, electronic music shows. I like a variety of things. It's not just metal, but metal is kind of the glue that holds everything together. God, we got 2 Minotaurs and 3 Giants and a Cyclops in that stockpile. 2 Minotaurs, 3 Giants, and a Cyclops. Good God. I want to know how many we're going to have by the end of the fort. That's something I'm super curious to see. How many are we going to have by the end of the fortress? By the time Longdeath is finished, how many Giants and Minotaurs and shit are we going to have? But then again, you know, like my moderator, Stoned Hobo, was posting pictures of him at Weezer the other day. So, you know, concerts are happening again, regardless of if they should be. That is a weird route to take. We're just going up the creek. At least they got a way into the fort. Dwarves are here to trade. It's time to prep stuff to trade. Also, chat, if you're just lurking in the stream, could I get a round of beers? Because we're still kind of lurky, trying to keep the chat awake, but, you know, only so much I can actually do. Let's get rid of those training weapons. The rest of the destroyed everything that isn't named. Don't want to accidentally sell named items. Unknown liquids. Something we should sell. Large gems we can sell. I wonder if they'd buy a Minotaur. Probably not, yeah. Probably not. Anything to keep the chat moving, chat. Anything to keep the chat moving. Because the more people actively talking in the chat, the easier my job is, you know? You guys make my job either easier or harder, depending on how active you guys are at talking. Is there any game releases up and coming that you guys are looking forward to? Or any big patches for games that you're looking forward to? Outside of the Steam version of DF, just because that's kind of a given at this point. I think most of the people watching the stream probably know what I'm looking forward to, which is just Jupiter Hell's release. Although apparently I have access to a development branch of that now that has the endgame shit in it to a degree. I don't know how implemented that stuff actually is, but... I'm shocked that this dwarf hasn't gone completely nuts yet. You're still hanging in there. Still hanging in there. my next few weeks are going to be working on ideas and lore primers and stuff to start working on that text-based MMO, and working on an interview that I haven't announced yet. Something else I really want to do as well is after Jupiter Hell releases from early access and after things have cooled down a little bit, I want to get him in and do a dev walkthrough of that game. When is New World coming out? That's the 31st of this month, isn't it? Or whatever the last day of August is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's coming out on the 31st of August. I have absolutely no interest in New World. That's like about as far away from something I would be interested in as you can get. Like, most of my team's like going to be playing it off stream, and I'm like, I don't see the appeal here. Kavish says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? It's like, I like playing MMOs, but I want to play MMOs in hard mode and make my own. Screw, like, playing other people's MMOs. That seems too easy. But no, seriously, I don't really get the appeal of that style of MMO. Also, the world for New World MMO is, like, not, like, you know, we do our best to kind of remind everybody that colonialism is maybe a bit of a bad thing. And it's like, yo, it's an MMO called New World. I'm sure they're going to do a really good job handling that. You know, like, let's push the natives out of their land, the video game. I'm sure that's going to go well. So, personally, I have no interest in it. But, like I said, I'm just trying to find topics to talk about with chat. And chat is making that really difficult. And you guys have been for the last 35 minutes. Grumbles. But, I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about, chat room? Get wrecked, JL and Brack. That's all I got to say on the topic of MMOs. Get wrecked. Now, how much did they pay you to get wrecked? That's the actual question. Probably a lot of money. But since chat doesn't seem like talking about much, I'm going to go get lunch. You guys can watch these dwarves prep for trading. Unless they're ready to trade. They are not. I'm going to go get lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Maybe we can get some conversations going when I get back. Can I get a big round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, use them like Lump just did. BRB. The Forgotten Beast, Nuetha Thane Murthri Nikate, has come. A great hairy tick. Its long, straight horn. It has 3 long, straight horns, and it undulates rhythmically. Its emerald hair is very curly. Beware its deadly spittle. Where the hell is it? Oh, I see. It's up on this ledge, meaning it's going to immediately disappear. It fades off into the night. What are we buying? We are buying all of the wood. And then we're going to do another round of charcoal and whatnot. It's good to be back, chat. Nice to see you too. Also, investments are open if anybody wants. I'll get it started just in case no one else does. Thanks, animal. We've been running for about a year. I think we'll probably keep Longdeath going until summer of next year. About a year and a half. And then probably, if chat picks up heavily, we'll do more. Otherwise, we'll swap games at that point. Because, like, I'm having a really hard time starting conversations because I guess everybody's just busy today, which is what it is. So I guess I'm just kind of on my own. I've seen lots of movies. The question is, does anybody care? I found out that I still don't like Inception. I watched Inception in theaters, hated it, thought it was awful. And recently heard a podcast where they praised Inception, so I watched Inception again. I still don't like Inception. The movie's not very good. It's like unnecessarily dense, annoyingly complicated, fucking as hard as hell to follow. Has some really cool, well choreographed fight scenes and effects. Like everything else about that movie is just like, why? Aside from that, I've just been rewatching Breaking Bad. Kind of considering watching Andromeda, because I've never seen it. Outside of a few clips and scenes. But it's on Netflix, so I might watch Andromeda. Just because it's got a good pitch. The implementation is weird. I think my biggest issue with Inception is it has a lot of lore and terminology that it just expects you to understand and accept without doing a particularly good job of explaining what any of that shit means. It's like, here is an incredibly well-developed world, and we're not going to explain how any of it works and just assume you're entirely caught up. What, Inception? I think Inception would have been a better movie if it had Nicolas Cage in it, playing the lead role. And his okayness. Okayness is a way I never want to be described. Han Solo was way better. I don't think I've seen a good Star Wars movie. Yes, I know. What's your point? It's already running at max cap. This fortress is like 280 years old. So even if I increase the frame rate, it's not going to speed the game up. How do I power fort? What do you mean? Hello, the winter? I wish it was winter right now and not summer. Summer's too fucking hot, and I don't like it. It's like unnaturally hot, and I don't like it. Wind, water wheels, other. Currently, the only power in the fort is from my windmill, which is literally a mill, and it's powered by wind, because I figured that would be fitting. As for the pump tower that I'm in the process of working on, that will be powered with water wheels, because we need way more power than just wind. Wind is more for fucking around, in my opinion. Water actually powers things, just like real life. Hydroelectric. Best electric. Technically it's rained here, but the rain like missed my portion of the city. I'm from Vancouver, Canada, and my portion of the city never actually got rain, even though it rained like around me. So a couple of days ago, portions of Vancouver got rain, but it's still been the longest period of time ever without rain for my chunk of the city. We have been in it's our all-time record of that for a while. It's kind of weird. Okay, so I can get this squad inactive. Leave the wrestlers active, though. Yeah, no, I mean, like, Eastern states and Eastern Canada is getting an abnormally large amount of rain. Everything on the West Coast is just drought. Like, we are in drought precautions right now, meaning people... It's actually really funny. You can tell really quickly who's paying attention to the rulings and who isn't, because if their lawn is green, they can be fined. I don't know if they're actually fining people. I kind of would be shocked if they actually are, but... Also a music meme for anybody who cares. But yeah, I would definitely take some rain. If I could. It's supposed to rain on Friday. We'll see if that actually happens. Just the bruh is pretty good in that. that a lyric from the Hurt Johnny Cash song? Yes, but it's also a lyric from a different song, which is what that screenshot is of. You know, whenever people tell me that they don't like country, I always just point at Johnny Cash and just be like, I take your I don't like country and raise you hurt. It's okay. It doesn't like you either. Although I don't like any pop country. Fuck pop country. Terrible, terrible music. There we go. Making charcoal as we need it. It really is, yeah. You could start a riot by playing pop country. Just because people would be so annoyed by that shit. But people like talking in absolutes, right? I hate X thing. I hate X thing. Not a... I don't like this specific type of this thing. I like other types of this thing. Just don't like that specific type of that thing. Only Sith deal in absolutes. Well, what if I really wanted to be a Sith when I was 11? Then I grew up and realized that Star Wars isn't very good. Don't get me wrong, I wish Star Wars was good. But unfortunately, Disney likes to destroy everything they buy, so Disney bought it, which means it's fucked forever. I'd make a fantastic Darth Maul. I don't ever want to cosplay in my entire life because I feel like I have some dignity. But if anybody else wants to go be Darth Maul, more power to you. Personally, I find the whole concept horrendous. You're not wrong. That's kind of the irony of it, isn't it? Only Sith deal in absolutes says not a Sith. It's like, didn't you just not Sith person deal in an absolute? Star Wars. It could be really cool if it wasn't written by not particularly cool people. Actually, Star Wars. It could be really cool if it wasn't written by committee. There we go. They should have thought that one through a little bit more. It's almost as if they didn't think much through in Star Wars. Almost, you know? Written by the marketing committee. Yeah, the people. Well, we know that young girls really, really, really like Baby Yoda. Okay, so I got to really commit to the Baby Yoda thing. You know, more cute puppets in the Star Wars will make people like it, which is why we have BB-8 because people don't think R2-D2 is cute enough anymore. So we got to make another cute robot. So we made BB-8, and everybody likes it when the main characters fuck. So let's put awkward sexual tension in everything. I mean, admittedly, the original trilogy had that. I'm looking at you, Han Solo. It's all made to make George... I mean, George sold it. George has more unspeakable riches than I can comprehend. No, it's made to make Disney money. It's made to make Disney lots and lots of money. Not really made to make George money. George has made his money, and he's out. It's like saying the new Minecraft updates are made to make Notch money. It's like, no, not really. The new Minecraft updates are made to make Microsoft money. Speaking of Minecraft, did you guys know about that Minecraft Pokemon Go thing called Minecraft World? Did you know that already got shut down? That lasted a really long time. Another one? The giant Osmod Ruku has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Well, there are some dwarves just leaving. It's up in the trees. Ooh, that's not good. It's chasing my cows and got caught in a cage. Without actually hitting any of them, I don't think. It punched my straight cow in the right front leg with its left hand, bruising the muscle, and got caught in a cage trap. Got him. Now, was it shut down because of COVID-19? Or was it shut down because nobody gave a shit? I think it's because of the latter. I mean, Pokemon Go did just fine throughout the pandemic. And has done just fine, and will continue doing just fine. I think people just don't give a shit. So we have another giant to add to the collection. Hell yeah. Exactly. What about the Harry Potter one? Here's the actual question. Fuck the Harry Potter one. What about the Garfield one? I take you, Pokemon Go, and raise you, Garfield Go. Do you really think I'm trolling? Garfield Go, available in the United States, Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, and Germany. Garfield meets the real world in 3D. Yeah. This is real. I wish I was making this shit up. This is real. Find treasures outside the real world. Win prizes from minigames and locations near you. Feed Garfield and his favorite food to help locate chests. Trade trinkets and redeem them for rewards. Earn badges. Also, hasn't been shut down. Unlike Minecraft. I wish I was trolling. But Rise of Skywalker was worse than a shitty fanfic. There's probably a lot of fanfiction that's better than Rise of Skywalker. I mean, he's rolling over in his pile of money, so I don't think he minds. Let's go. Also, how was work? How has work been? Are you still detailing, or have they moved you onto other things? If I can ask. I mean, Garfield is kind of like an analogy for like, you know, crazy rich folks, right? So it's fitting. I think it's kind of fitting. I mean, if you could get an app made out of a thing that you created that makes you shit tons of money, why wouldn't you want that? Yes, it's official. That's an official Garfield company app. Yes, that is a official Garfield branded thing. Just like Garfield Kart. Also a real thing. Also official. It's a Mario Kart clone with Garfield characters. Why do I know that this exists? Don't worry about it. Have I seen Lasagna Cat? Is that like off-brand Garfield? No, I don't believe I have. Comic was specifically intended to create as much merchandise and paraphernalia as possible. That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, it worked. Squug? It's a parody? I mean, there's probably more than one Garfield parody out there. There's got to be like a lasagna dog, too. Who hates Tuesdays. The most top-tier shit possible. Huh. I'll take your word for it. This nonsense that I know about is getting out of hand. I mean, you have a point. This is what happens when chat's dead and I'm just rambling about whatever pops into my brain. Like, quite literally, this is what happens. Also, yo, sorry, this I just saw a game on Steam and this looks awesome. It's like fucking digital tech deck. I might need to play that. Or a marmot was slaughtered, as it should be. I might actually play that. That looks like fun. Considering it's $5. The king demands 3 more ballista arrows. Let's give the dwarves kind of a bit of a break soon. Murphist. You sorry dwarf. Where's the sad dwarf that I know is in here somewhere? No longer depressed. Good. I mean, Jim Davis is pretty funny. Has definitely had opportunities to be funny. Has it outstayed its welcome and stopped being funny? Yes. I mean, Animal, what is, like, one of the dumber things that I've pointed you at through my weird surfing of the internet? Recently, I've just been getting into unsolved internet mysteries because those are way too much fun to remind myself about. Jarfield's now kind of back and is ironically hilarious. Genuinely, if you ever feel the need for surrealism, just watch the Lasagna Cat series. Maybe. My, the only comic strip that I find genuinely funny these days is Dilbert. I do genuinely enjoy Dilbert quite a bit. I used to really enjoy Calvin and Hobbes back in the day. And, you know, other, like, the other more interesting cartoon series, or comic series, I guess. But, like, Garfield, I never really got. Like, I had a book of Garfield funnies, which lived on the back of the toilet in the bathroom next to the bedroom that I grew up in. But outside of that, I never really messed with it much. Also, gonna sell out for a second. Just remind everybody, it is Tuesday, meaning it's the first stream of the week for me, meaning that Bits leaderboard is completely empty, and it only costs a penny to get number 1. If you want a number 1 next to your name, it costs you 1 penny. Oh, you want to see a good subreddit? I'll show you a good subreddit. Thanks, Animal, for the bit. Actually, even better, it's they have a website now. But there's a fan community for No Man's Sky, which is a game I don't play, by the way. Called No Man's High, and it's just a bunch of stoners playing No Man's Sky, and then like taking really good screenshots of stuff in No Man's Sky. And it's pretty good. Let's do top this year. Just mushrooms, No Man's Sky, headset, and etc. Like this kind of shit. Anyway, it's a really good subreddit. Got baked and decided to make a fucking suspension bridge. What's the goal of this fort? Last 1,000 years. That's the goal of this fort. Last 1,000 years. No Man's Sky is pretty psychedelic in colors. Yeah, which is why No Man's High is a really good subreddit. Trying to think, what's another dumb subreddit I've found recently? It's been a while since I found any really unique ones. Let's see, what are the dwarves doing right now? I might put them on vacation for a little bit. We're in late autumn, so that's it for trading. Let's start digging. King's not demanding anything, so let's go to the bottom of the pipe and start digging. Crusader Kings subreddit's a fucking joke on a Tuesday. There's a lot of really good stuff in there and a lot of really dumb shit in there. I always have mixed feelings about it. There we go. Start digging, dwarves. But yeah, the goal of this fort is to keep the fortress alive for 1,000 years and break all of the records for the longest running fortress, which is why the frame rate's a little bit on the low side and why I can't recover it, and also why I have so few dwarves. We only have 53 dwarves in the fort right now because that's how many I can really handle in the long term without going to war. Because if we have too many dwarves, then we go to war, and if we go to war, then that's bad. Bad is bad, so we don't want that to happen. But I'm a big fan of weird internet shenanigans outside of the like modern day internet shenanigans. Not as much of a fan of those. I like the original internet shenanigans because that stuff's fun. And of course, Dwarf Fortress. But what we are currently working on is this, which is in the title of the stream, which is a large glass lava bong, lava lamp, heater, whatever you want to call it. Giant glass tube filled with lava. But I have to dig it down to the center of the earth, which is a slow process. So we're working on that. I do have the reservoir down, ready to go down at the middle of the earth, but first we gotta, finish this part of it before we can pump stuff back up and into it, which is gonna take a long time. And the actual pumping process is also gonna take a long time. So one thing at a time. But for right now, it's just what we are currently doing, which is building the glass tower. Once the glass tower is done, then we will build the pump stack, and once the pump stack is done, then we will fill the glass tower. That is the current project. It's very slow going, but it's kind of like a non-stop Dwarf Fortress soap opera. I named dwarves after viewers, and we're on like generation 7 since the original starting 7. Is that supposed to be funny, the winter? I'm not certain I see the joke in that, or why that's interesting. This build's gonna take ages? Yep. I mean, it's already taken ages. As of the 27th of August, I will have been doing this fortress for a whole year. So, we're getting there. 11 months in. Well, 11 and a half months-ish. 11 and a quarter months in, maybe? Question mark? Something like that. Yeah, I've been at it for a while. I could, however, speed it up by simply playing more of it. This past summer, I've been playing less of it because I've been playing other games, but that's okay. Everybody needs a project. Everybody needs a hobby. So between this and building a text-based MMO and streaming roguelikes, I think I got content for years. No, it's not obnoxious. I don't think... There's something that I really wish people would do less of, which is holding the number of times they fuck people as some sort of like medal, but I don't really understand the context or the inside of the joke, so to me I'm like, that's not particularly funny, but also just because I don't think the joke's about how much or how little people bone to be particularly funny. And I also think it's kind of a shitty way to shame people. Like when people shame people for being a virgin, for example. I think that that's really shitty. Especially in a world where meeting people is getting harder. So I don't personally find that to be particularly funny or a point of bragging. But like I said, I don't have the context. So maybe in context it would be really funny. Out of context, it's just kind of like, man, that's a little shitty. Also, trust me, if you're obnoxious, you'd already be banned. You're far from obnoxious. Don't worry about it. Feel free to continue rambling about Lasagna Cat as much as you like. It's more about it being ridiculous. See, if you want it to be ridiculous, what you have to do is you have to do a phone survey of, they have to tell them their name, how many times you've had sex, what color your hair is, and applesauce or vinegar, and what's your favorite thing to put on a pizza. Like, you have to throw more things into it that make no sense, right? In order for it to be ridiculous. But if it's just your name and how many times you've had sex, that's just... Nah. Nah. No thanks. Winter is upon you. 'Tis winter time. Also, we have a Friday the 13th this month. Sounds like I'm watching Freddy vs. Jason again. Or just the original Friday the 13th. I have to watch a Friday the 13th. Hey, chat, does any... Chat, should I rent the original Friday the 13th and do a Friday the 13th Discord movie night on Friday the 13th? Who's down? I'm down. Just saying. If anybody wants to watch Friday the 13th. In a Garfield comic style? I see, I still don't think that's particularly funny. I wonder where Shia LaBeouf is right now in a cabin in the woods. Is he... I don't... didn't Shia LaBeouf get canceled? Like... Or something? Are you working on Friday the 13th, Lake Bear? God damn it. I live this weird life where, like, I can just do what I want without worrying about work schedules. See, literally, I stream full time the winter, and all I do is ramble about weird shit, right? So I don't care if you ramble about weird shit. Ramble about all the weird shit that you want to ramble about. As long as it's not, like, hurting people. I don't care. Although, if you ramble about a weird thing, and I disagree with the weird thing, don't take it personally. And I'm never attacking you. I may attack the thing you ramble about, though. It's just like earlier when I talked about my eyes and the chat was like, but bionics. And I was like, well, here's a list of reasons why bionics are not going to work. And then people take it personally. And then people get mad at me. And that's how I lose followers, often more than I gain them, because people take me too seriously. C'est la vie. People love... One fallacy I think is kind of interesting about the internet is people love insulting people. And people love being rude to people. But holy fuck, do they get mad when you throw it in their face. I will always find that funny. But don't like getting burned by it? That's a good way of putting it. Silver. Actually, for me specifically, it's very rare that I hate things. It's very, very, very rare that I hate things. It's also very rare that I hate people. However, it's very common that I'll be disappointed. And every now and again, I'll express my dislike about something or express my disappointment in something, and then an hour later, someone will be like, "You hate that!" It's like, no, I'm disappointed by that. Hate is a strong word, and I try my best not to use. Literally just waiting for the dwarves to bring the glass down here to install it so we can start taking the next layer. I might need to move my glass storage a little closer. In lesser known movies. You know who also still acts in lesser known movies and is in weird shit all the time? Daniel Radcliffe. Our Harry Potter. Is often in really weird stuff. You just keep quiet on most political and other topics. You can talk about politics, but if I disagree with you, there might be shouting and blood. I mean, I'm the one with all the unpopular opinions in politics, don't worry. Unless you're a dirty fucking lefty. In which case, then we'll get along just fine. Which you haven't seen? Well, I mean, obviously now he don't see you. Yeah, I can't remember what the last Shia LaBeouf movie I saw was. I think the last Shia LaBeouf movie, like, I actually watched. Ducky, you're depressed, really? You're 6 years old, though. Lack of dining tables. Decent meals. Man. Truly splendid item. I'll have to fix you once you cease being depressed. But last Shia LaBeouf movie, I honestly remember watching Transformers. It's been a while. Transformers 2? Unless you count like the music video for actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf. It's like I couldn't tell you what the last Shia LaBeouf movie I saw was, really. Is Now I See You the sequel to Now You See Me, or is that unrelated? Oh, Now You See Me Too? He was in the sequel for that? Because I saw the first one. Never saw the sequel. First one was kind of a weird movie. I wouldn't say it was any good. It's kind of like an Ocean's 11 movie, but with, like, magicians. And it was completely, like, over-the-top, silly, goofy. I don't know, it was kind of entertaining. It wasn't a bad movie. Also wasn't a great movie. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, but I liked it. It was kind of one of those movies. And I feel like Now You See Me Too is probably the same. A dumb sequel that they didn't need to make that I kind of want to watch and haven't gotten around to watching is Zombieland 2. I don't know if anybody here saw that movie, but based on reviews that I've seen, it looks like it was kind of forgettable. And, you know, kind of forgettable is, I guess, pretty good when it comes to, you know, movies that you watch once and forget about. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm also pretty tired of zombies. Like, If I could live in a world where zombies never got big, I would do it. Did I use the wrong time of rock? Yes. Which is also the reason I haven't seen that new Zack Snyder zombie movie on Netflix, because it's like, I just don't want to watch the zombie movie.
Also, that one Bitty I cheered is feeling lonely.
Thank you very much for the 199 biddies. Does anybody want to help animals' biddies be less lonely? Have some pity on the biddy? Regardless, thanks for the $2 animal. Cheers, man. Pity on the biddy. Yeah, there you go. Not too much more to work on. Just gotta get this, that, and the other done. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Animal chucking the $2 at me? Big thanks. While we continue to work on the big ol' lava tube. Cheers, Weevil. It's good to see you. That's a good round of beers. Best round of beers in a while. Since, like, the start of the day, anyway. When chat was a little busier. Good work, chat. Big thanks. Got those dwarves placing more glass. All dug up. Got one more to do. Let's queue this up because I'm assuming that one is already done. Just so that they put it on the right side of the thing and not the wrong side of the thing. Get the digging done. And then we wait. Then we wait. Pen pasture billy goat. Why did you jump out of the billy goat pasture? Why'd the billy goat jump out of the pasture? That sounds like a joke, or the starting of a joke, but it's not. Ponder plants as surgical models? Plants as surgical models? Okay, so they were pondering animals as surgical models. Now they're pondering plants as surgical models? Anybody know anything about that? What would you get out of a plant for a surgical model? Like, how the heck would you do that? That doesn't make any sense to me. But then again, I know nothing about surgical models. And you're stuck. It's fine, though. Just need to wait for this to get dug out, and then we can channel the whole layer down. Also, just so that everybody's aware, I will be hosting Halcyon Frequency After Hours on Friday. So on my channel, I will be streaming with my teammates for a little bit. There you go. So that should be a bit of fun. Only reason is maybe using plant material for making those models, but the question becomes what plant? Especially since animals probably would be better surgical models anyway. Yeah, that's kind of harshly where the question mark comes from, but what do I know really? How about using plants or... what do I know about surgical models anyway? Absolutely nothing. I guess in theory I would have to ask probably my friend Dr. Soaps, who is a surgeon. Because I know literally nothing about that stuff. In fact, I've learned kind of a lot about that stuff from DF, oddly enough. You know, I didn't actually think about that, Weevil. I wonder. I mean, there's just plump helmet people, right? Are there any other plant people? Of course we've had tantrums. This is Dwarf Fortress. That's like asking if you have dwarves. Where there are dwarves, there are tantrums. Frequent tantrums? Nah. I mean, we had one today. Wasn't too bad. Dwarf got their face caved in. And we moved on. It wasn't a particularly important dwarf, so I don't mind too much. Every now and again, we've had like problem dwarves, but generally we rehabilitate them back to health. I think it's just plump helmets that are also people. Plump helmets that are also people. Such a fun way to describe it. It's plump helmets that are also people. Plant people are neat. I've always wanted there to be Ents in Dwarf Fortress. And I've wanted them to be friends with the elves. Like, the real reason why you don't want to hurt the trees too much is because if the elves send the Ents, then you know you're truly in trouble. I'm going berserk or something? I mean, I had a human go berserk in my fort. Are you asking if we've had tantrum spirals? Is that what you're asking? Because, yes, to all of the questions you've asked. Is it uncontrollable? Absolutely not. It's completely controllable. You can totally have the occasional tantrum and it doesn't cause real problems. There's ways to make mistakes to make them cause problems, but I know what I'm doing, so we don't run into problems with that sort of stuff. The occasional tantrums are inevitable, just like dwarves will occasionally starve themselves to death, but does it happen frequently? No. I mean, I had a royal treasurer go berserk in my fortress and kill a dwarf, which was a problem because that's a human from a different faction. The humans didn't seem to mind so much, although they didn't bring as much to trade for a bit. For a while, their trade supplies were their trade caravans were significantly smaller, but they eventually sent a new royal treasurer, and we've made good since then. But generally, no, I know what I'm doing. I know how to deal with problem dwarves. So. Yeah. Well, aren't those in Masterwork? I mean, yeah, that's a mod, but... Dwarf Fortress has been overwhelmed by an army of ants. Well, Dwarf Fortress has ants and termites. Ant colonies and termite colonies are both a thing, with thousands of them being tracked, as well as spiders. Most worlds have billions of spiders, if not high millions. In your children's quarters, you had like 24 kids totally overwhelmed by him. Yeah, see, like, I wouldn't let that dwarf have weapons, right? Like, if I had a military dwarf who was close to going berserk, they wouldn't be in the military, they wouldn't have weapons, and they'd be isolated from the rest of the fort. So, in this fortress, kids are too valuable because we don't get migrants. Oh, then he was a really shitty warrior. if a warrior dwarf gets killed by a bunch of kids, that's a really shit warrior you got there. Because if they were an even half-decent warrior, all of those kids would have died instantly. high-level dwarven warrior versus a bunch of children, yeah, that would just be a massacre. That would be, nothing would be left alive pretty quick situation. No one would be left alive. But yeah, no, generally if you are acquainted with the mechanics of DF and also are acquainted with the bugs of Dwarf Fortress, you can really manipulate the game to do what you want it to do. Which is something that I'm pretty good at. Is manipulating the game into doing my bidding, one could say. To give him a vacation or something because he was already in the I'm about to snap, but take him out of the military, luckily a side effect. Okay, that's probably why he lost then. I mean, like, if he was fully armed and in a pile of children, he would have won. But if you'd already taken him out of the military, usually what I would do with the dwarf like that, though, if they're in the military, is leave them in a squad by themselves because then they'll only take care of their immediate needs. And I fixed quite a few dwarves like this. If you put them in a squad by themselves with no armor, so they're just technically a wrestler, but they don't have any weapons equipped, and you leave the squad active but not assigned to a training zone, they will just take care of their most important needs. So praying, eating, drinking, meditating, and socializing. And that is a pretty good way to kind of recover problem military dwarves. Because they want to still be in the military and they hate being taken out of the military. It's like the ultimate punishment. But at the same time, they... excuse me. But at the same time, they need it in a way. But they need a break. So you give them, like... You trick them into thinking they're on break when they're really not. Manipulating dwarves is a lot of the gameplay of Dwarf Fortress, for this fortress specifically. But I enjoy that part of it. The contorting the game into doing my bidding. That moment when you go to tab into something and you accidentally click on Adobe Premiere. Whoops. Please don't. Okay, there we go. It's closed. It's like suddenly Adobe Premiere just starts up in the background and you're like, no. You ever just accidentally launched a game in the background and it shows up and it launches in a new window in the background and it startles you because suddenly music is playing in the background? I did that pretty recently with a game that has very like ambient music. And I was like, where the fuck is that sound coming from? While I was just editing a thing. Yeah. That's you and websites. You just like open up an old school GeoCities page and you're like, why am I hearing Linkin Park? Where is this coming from? Why is Limp Bizkit suddenly in my ears? What the shit? Or like one of my favorite ones is when I'll be watching a stream on Twitch and the audio will be super desynced. And I'm like, oh my God, why is the audio desynced? And then I realize that I actually have two tabs of the same stream open and the one that I'm watching is muted and the other one is like 5 seconds behind due to stream delay. That's always really fun. That happens to me on a very frequent basis. It's to the point now where like if the audio's delayed, I'll check to see if I have a second tab open. And like half the time when someone in chat will be like, Blind, your audio's delayed, and I'll be like, do you have 2 tabs open? And they'll be like, whoops. Or they'll be like, no. That happens very often. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Both of those I find very funny. All right, let's see how the tube's coming along. Boop, all the way down to here. Cool. Layer's done. Onward! Clay's ended a mandate, and the king would like us to make another single ballista arrow. Unless... Ah, we're going to have that other one queued up. And Abe's on it. Good stuff. Dwarf is on their way to construct a building. Something I can't get over is how, number one, how unique this stream is, and number two, just how much more unique it's gonna get over the next few years. It's like almost like a point of bragging that I have about my stream now is like, find me a stream that's more unique than mine. Good luck. All right, I think we're gonna dig out this area right here. And we are going to make that into a glass block stockpile. After the dwarves dig out of their current like spot where they're trapped, which is down here. Now they have. I'm going to move the glass down to here so that it's easier to transport stuff down to the spot where we're constructing things. God, I want winter so bad. Good luck to Animal and Lump. Good job, friends. Good wins on that. This is your ticket record? Wow. Be wise with those investments, man. And you'll continue to rise. Onwards and upwards. So we're going to move the glass from up top down to here. Soon you will have more than your hours again. I mean, that's a good goal to have. That would actually be kind of a neat goal to have. It's like you're not allowed to invest more than the hours that you have currently. Or you always need to have the hours that you have currently in your inventory at any point or something. What is that? Ah. I was hoping diamonds. Never actually found diamonds in DF. Okay, so let's pause. Hey, Wild Peak, what's up? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. There we go. Only green glass. Bars and blocks. Which means all of a sudden a bunch of stuff is going to get moved down here. 12-hour workday? Hopefully that means more pay. Unless you don't get overtime in your salary, in which case, then yeah, I hope that means less hours during the work week. Whatever works, though, you know? Whatever gets you through the day-to-day and whatever needs to be done for the job, you know? Hopefully they're not still working you to the bone. You're getting some free time. Outside of the workday, though, what you been up to, Wild Peak? Playing any good games lately? What's been taking up your time? I mean, everybody knows what I've been playing. That's kind of a given, I think. Feels satisfied after teaching kicking. Come on, Cyralac, hang in there. How have you been liking Odd Realms since you picked it up? Mini Motorways? Everybody really likes Mini Motorways. Part of the reason I haven't played it is because I'm like, well, I know that other people really like this. And I know that a lot of people are really supporting this, and this game's done really well. So even though I kind of would like to play it, I also kind of don't need to. I don't feel the need to, you know? Kind of don't feel the need to. Just got your key for Starmancer too, so you'll be playing that in the near future. Yeah, I got mine too, but it comes out the same day that Jupiter Hell releases. So I think I'm going to play Jupiter Hell because I'm worried that it's going to make me sick. But we'll see. If it doesn't make me sick, after I've messed around with it off stream, then we'll try it out. If it does make me sick, then I don't know if I'll play it, because at least in the alpha build that I played, it had this. The way the background of the screen rotated was horrible, like awful, absolutely awful. And because of that, it's like, well, I can either throw up and get really, really, really sick playing this, or just not. So we'll see what ends up happening. So many stockpiles getting filled. Look at all that glass moving. That means this is going in the right direction, though. So things pick up now. Yeah, the Odd Realm's a little slow initially, but when it picks up, it gets moving. It's like a good little colony game. I'm gonna really pester my streamer friends to try that game again when the next big update comes out. The next big update releases a new race. And I think that's gonna be really cool to see. But yeah, I hope that Starmancer ends up being good. Is anybody else here looking forward to Starmancer? For those of you who don't know, I'll show you what it looks like. Kind of curious about what your guys' interest levels are in this game, but this game, my issue with it is the background rotated in the alpha versions that I've played, and you couldn't slow it down, but you could speed it up, which really makes me feel ill having a rotating background. So I don't know if it still does that, so I'll have to take a peek at my key of it and see if they've fixed that. But I hope that game's good, because I did back the Kickstarter back when it... excuse me. Hiccups. If anybody wants a link, there's a link. I did back the Kickstarter back when it was on Kickstarter like 3-4 years ago. So we'll see. It's another inspired by Dwarf Fortress game. But is doing some things to make it significantly closer to DF than a lot of other inspired by DF games. The little characters have a lot of personality and like free will, which I quite enjoy. It certainly visually looks lovely. Yeah, yeah. No, the visual style is what caught me on that game. Like the reason I started paying attention to it initially was because what was because of their amazing gifs on Twitter. Like I don't know. Hopefully it ends up being good. I think it'll either be excellent or horrendous, like many things out there. Although I actually have an extra key for it because I just got my backer key and I got a press alpha key like a year ago. So they sent me a key for it like over a year ago. I've had it for a while. But the backer key just got shipped out, so I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Bringing these glass blocks down to make construction faster. And let's get the next round of walls in. When you get back into it this fall, I remember you were playing quite a bit of Space Haven, and that game's actually had a lot of development. I might actually try Space Haven again at some point soon because that game's had a lot of development time. How close does that get? Okay, so I'm actually going to go right next to the open area. We're going to have to do that, fill that in really quickly when we dig that out. I'll say this, I wouldn't ever dedicate to one game when streaming. Like, have a couple of games that you like playing and have a rotation and put things in or take things out of the rotation depending on how you're feeling. It's the best way to do it. If you just have like a air quotes main game, you'll get sick of the main game and never want to play it again. It was good. Played it a few hours or so a month ago and it was amazing again. Yeah, I mean, I wish that game didn't advertise itself as like Dwarf Fortress because it's literally nothing like Dwarf Fortress. It's like The Sims in space. You know, but Space Haven's a neat little game. I'm glad they've been successful with it. Although oddly enough, I think this is kind of interesting, is they've more or less taken all mention of DF out of their description for their game, which I think is kind of funny. It's kind of amusing how many games have done that. You know, it's like shouts itself out as a inspired by Dwarf Fortress game, sells a bunch of copies, and then takes all mention of DF out of their description and everything. I've seen a couple of games do that. It's a little makes me feel sticky in a way that I'm not super fan of. Thanks for the inspiration. Yeah, now we're not gonna promote you anymore. It's like RimWorld kind of did that. It used to be in all of the descriptions for RimWorld, and now it's like just on one page. It used to also be on the main menu of the video game. It's like colony storytelling inspired by Dwarf Fortress or something. But it's not there anymore. It's like they've completely removed it. Outside of like renaming the hardest difficulty in that game to losing is fun, which is fucking stupid. But like, Jesus Christ. Because losing in that game is not even remotely fun. That's the biggest failure of RimWorld, is that losing in RimWorld is unpleasant. Calling losing in RimWorld fun is completely missing the point of why losing is fun. But maybe that's just my opinion. Probably that's just my opinion. Free is stumbling around obliviously. Not too much I can do about that. If he decides to die, he decides to die. 285 late winter. But, you know, the main topics of discussion today is today I kind of announced that it's official. I'm working on a mud. So I'm taking ideas, writing down things that people would want, and we're going to start building a text-based MMO. And over the next little bit, I'm going to start bringing in a couple volunteers to help work on the back end and help build out the lore and the world itself. But before I do that, I need to come up with a project name to buy a domain, and so it doesn't get sniped. So, are looking for people who know programming and would be interested in helping implement features and things like that and build a UX and all that stuff. I'd want it to be playable through Telnet, but like having a custom client would also be neat. Something that we could distribute, or alternatively just a fully packaged thing of Mudlit or something. But that's something that I'm, with the help of Blug, a lot of help from Blug, we're going to start working on. How many concurrent players are we thinking about? I think I'll worry about that once we figure out what the interest is from the stream, right? Do I think it's going to be massive? I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. Likely it'll probably just be something that this stream and its community plays, but I don't know. It's a good question. I don't really know. You don't really know until you see what the interest is like, right? Currently, the main thing that I'm worrying about is just building the thing. As far as scaling up player count, that's something that can scale with time. As interest becomes a thing. I mean, right now, if I were to turn a mud on, 3 people would connect, and that's about it, right? So, I mean, currently this is something that probably won't be publicly playable for, I'm just going to throw out a date, like easily a year. So. But can't put dedicated time on it. Because I kind of want 3 playable or 3 ways to actively play the game, either in a client, downloaded client, or in a web browser, and the web browser version will probably be JavaScript. But yeah, no, you can get pretty, like, the MUDs are pretty light on server requirements. Like, it's not like I'm running a Minecraft server, you know? Like, it's, I think web hosting will be pretty basic and cheap, ideally. So, yeah, scaling it wouldn't be too difficult. At that point, it's more of an issue of having lots of space for players, so that things don't feel too crowded, right? But that's something that'll come with time. But MUDs are mostly Lua code to just kind of tie everything together. So the majority of the time spent is probably just going to end up being writing lore and then actually just writing text for the game itself. So currently the main thing I'm looking for is just people that are interested in helping with the back end and implementing features, and people that want to help me write lore. How so, Wild Pig? What do you mean by completely different direction? Currently, we have like a barely playable proof of concept running on Blug's private server, but that's not going to be made public because it's his private server. But it works well enough that you can connect to it. That's all it needs to do, though, just to prove that it works. Mobile app-based game? Huh. Okay. I mean, the thing that I want to make something that's very space feudalism. So we're actually going to need to like write lore for it to work. It has to be like good enough lore that we can get into building it. But at that point, like it just becomes official fan fiction, right? Like if you can create a world that's intriguing enough for a community of people to work on, then we can just build it together. So I think a lot of the gameplay for something like this is almost just going to be a, hey, let's write this lore as a crew, you know? Let's build this world as a community. I kind of read through the autocorrect a little bit. I'm pretty good at it these days, but sometimes I'm not totally sure. And I'll be honest, at that one, I wasn't totally sure what you meant. I was like, I think I know what you're saying, but not entirely certain I know what you're saying. Space feudalism is perfect because it opens up hard sci-fi, which is really popular. And also, at the same time, if you want to just work on a part of the world that is literally feudal, you could do that. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'm working on my own time right now, just in my spare time when I'm not at this computer, yeah, it's futile. Feudal and futile. How you doing, Socks? It's good to see you, speaking of futile. But the thing that I need to finish right now on my own time is I need to finish the basic feel of the lore. So from there, we can start working. But whenever people have things or features or stuff that they would want, I'm kind of writing it down in a little document and keeping an eye on it. So it's going to be a little bit before I start bringing a large number of other people into the project to start working on it. But right now, it's just kind of something I'm talking about publicly, mostly to just gauge people's interest. You know, like if I talk about this publicly and no one is interested, won't last very long. But if I talk about this publicly and a couple of people are interested in it, I can bring a couple people in, we start working on the thing, then interest spreads. And as interest spreads, then it becomes a viable thing, right? Because in order for me to be able to make this work, it needs to be something that I can stream working on and stream playing. That's what it needs to be able to do. So that's kind of a lot of requirements and relatively pie in the sky for something that is, to put it kindly, kind of outdated. But, you know, if I can build an audience of people that watch me play Dwarf Fortress for hours on end and traditional roguelikes, why can't I add a custom-made mud into the mix? And as I was saying earlier, because I want the lore and world building to be mostly crowdsourced outside of some direction, theoretically, I could let people do other things with it. Hey, audio. What up? How's things? Something like that, wave depletion. Something like that. Stories of past days of chrome etched in dark stone, those who used to fly. Speak softly on the wind. Bit of an odd day, how so? Do I want a rough timescale? I'm not going to put timescales on anything. If I put time restrictions on things, then people have to get things done by a certain date, and I don't want to give people deadlines. Oh, wait, what do you mean? Okay, elaborate on what you're asking, then. You mean, like, how long do we want the lore to be? That's a question that I don't have an answer for yet. Because, like, you need to know what the current setting is like to know how to then start building backwards. I mean, like, what you could do is you could start with creation and then move forwards in lore, or you could start current day and then move backwards. I kind of want to start current and move backwards. I also don't know if it's going to be like a they came from Earth at one point or not. Haven't decided that. Like, is this in our solar system? Do we have Mars? You know? Because that could be fun. But, I don't know. Do like a bit of the Planet of the Apes thing. Oh. Sounds like a high turnover rate? What does that mean exactly? Does that mean you're getting promoted? Or does that mean you're like, I don't know if I want to stay in this job? What does that mean? For the future of your work, then? Or does it just mean more overtime? Because if so, that sucks. I'll have you know, in my world, Mars is purple. Also, hello, Righteous Boner. How you doing? I mean, overtime's still overtime, even if it sucks. Overtime is still overtime. But if you don't know, that's scary. I mean, this is how people suddenly find themselves in charge of departments, is when all of their superiors quit. You know what I mean? It's just like, well, I guess I'm in charge now. Well, if you want, you can always pitch them, Squawk. Either in DMs or just in Twitch chat. If you have thoughts, dump them in the chat. Let's talk about them. Unless you want to keep them silent, in which case, then DM them to me. Ah. I mean, I don't like to jump to conclusions about people's work environment, but I've heard you say things that lead me to believe that it's a lot of work and maybe not the best employer. That's what it means. It is Righteous Boner. But probably if you had Righteous Boner as a username, you'd get in trouble with Twitchy, because Twitch doesn't like the word boner. I actually, I wanted the, when I got partnered, I wanted my emote prefix to be bone, so that I could have boner as an emote. That they didn't let me. No one else has bone either, so. You need to write them? Gotcha. Do you have any ideas of mood of the kind of things that you've been thinking about, Squawk? But I'll put it this way. The reason I want the lore to be like either public domain or like Creative Commons or something, I want it to be accessible enough that if somebody in this community or just outside of the community wanted to take the lore and make a tabletop game with it or something, you could do that. It was Righteous Boner and it got banned. Exactly. There you go. Just flooding your fort until it works? Well, it depends on what you're trying to do, Depgong. Like, are you trying to, like, pump liquid up from the center of the earth? Are you messing with rivers and stuff? I mean, generally, it's just flood your fort until it works. Save scumming is not impossible in DF. Just hard save and then crash the game if you break it. But yeah, just flood your fort until it works generally. I don't know of a better way to learn it. That's how I did it. They said you were endangering the community. Oh. I know someone who got banned from Twitch for having the username IFAPToQuill18. Who was a very common member of this community and cheered a lot of bits and gifted a lot of subs and was a really nice person to just have around the chat in general. Super chill, bit of a meme lord, but decent person. Got banned for endangering the community for having the username IFAPToQuill18. Which is like, yeah, I can see it, but also sad face. Let's make 20 iron arrowheads. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's how I always took it. I was like, man, you have good taste. I think that was like the first thing I said too. But got banned for having an inappropriate username. It's like when Coffee Whore got banned. For those of you who don't know, Coffee Whore is like a 2009 like Justin TV Twitch OG. Never streamed, but was known for being a massive donator to some of the biggest streams on the site. Would donate large sums of money to charity and bigger streams on Twitch. And got banned from Twitch for having an inappropriate username. The difference is with him, like all of the biggest streams on the site were like, "Oh, we like this guy. What the fuck?" And they like let him change his username from Coffee Whore to something else. Otherwise, he would have just been permanently banned. But it's just like that happens like relatively frequently to people who have like kind of sketchy usernames. Like I used to know somebody who had the username Cock Gobbler who also got banned, who then changed his name to Cock Cobbler, which is way better in my opinion. But bring magma up. Yeah, the beauty of DF is everything you learn is usually supernatural, so you kind of find out about things. There's some pretty good diagrams on the wiki for how to pump liquids upwards without spillage. So I would recommend looking at those diagrams. Yeah, I mean, like, just generate them a bunch of fucking numbers. You know what I mean? Like, we have taken the liberty of changing our username. Here's a free username change. If you make it something rude again, we'll ban you. Simple as that. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why it's so hard to just give somebody a free name. Unless it's like a racial slur or something. It's like, just give them a free name change. You know what I mean? But I guess that's the problem with automated systems is you never know what the intent of a name is, right? Also, can I just say that it's really funny that Twitch bans somebody for having the name Righteous Boner, yet I can tag my stream as bisexual polyamorous if I wanted to? How is that any difference from having a username like Righteous Boner? It's your religious beliefs that it is righteous to have a boner. Like that's religious persecution, in my opinion. And I think that we need to take this to Twitch and Boner? Now it's Boner button with Boston accent. It's an even more specific religious intent. I think that we could take this to Twitch and get your username unbanned. But yeah, no, I agree. Finally, someone who understands. It's come on. It is your religious intent that it is your God-given right to righteously have a boner. This is a sentence that I never thought I would say. Hi, Mom. Is my mom actually lurking right now? Shit, my mom's lurking. Hi, Mom. It's okay. I'm probably muted. Sorry, Mom. I think you should be allowed to have a boner and feel righteous about it. Anyway, moving on. I once saw a person fly by in a busy Twitch chat and their username was Porn Prosecutor. With an O in porn. I'll bet you they've been since banned for that username. I don't know. But I do tend to agree that banning for usernames is ridiculous. Especially now that Twitch is trying to make themselves like sex culture positive. It's like, make up your damn minds, Twitch. This is a really slow human. Because it used to also mean blunder. Really? Good for you. Human race reached a very sparing civilization a long time ago in the past, but eventually fractured and some stayed advanced enough while other planets became isolated. Over time, some humans would adapt to their environment to the point where they would be considered other species, but the tech was used to traverse space and still exists. The reason that I lean, because I talked about this earlier today, Squag, where I don't really want there to be other races. The reason for that is we're never going to find other races. Not other smart ones, anyway. If we did, they'd kill us all. It's like if we do magic, which I kind of want to, I want it to be kind of like super light, maybe psychic stuff. That's more just like, is it magic or is it just technology that we don't understand, kind of deal. I mean, that's a pretty good innuendo right there. Animal. You mean races evolved from humans? I think the political implications of that would get complicated quickly, but that's not too far off from the ideas that I have. But not bad. I think we can work. I think we can work with that. Yeah, well, I mean, when you have multiple isolated worlds with very different peoples colonizing them and very different cultures, sure. But we have to be careful with how we write it, right? That's kind of the main thing, is you got to be really careful with that sort of stuff. Because you don't want to create stereotypes. Yes, absolutely. It would take tens of thousands of years, but you don't want to create stereotypes. No, I understand about the grand scope thing. And that's why feudalism is fun, is because you can end up having very different cultures with the same race. So even if everything is, or it was at one point human, they can be very different. But we have to be really careful that we don't fall into shitty stereotypes. That's, like, I guess my biggest concern that we have to tackle from the get-go. And speaking of races, the elves have arrived to trade. How many wagons did they, or animals did they bring this time? 2? Is it just the 2 of them? Dwarf Fortress has a text-based element. The Legends mode is text-based. The rest of the time, it's an ASCII art game, but it's not text-based. Although, Arch, since you tumbled in here, I don't know how much you've been listening, but I want to prototype and start working on a text-based MMO with my community. An actual MUD. So we're like pitching lore ideas, essentially. Technically, I already have a thing that's up and running. And also, something I want to do is we have people like Cutest Ghost in the community who is an actual like astrophysicist. So we need to pester Cutest Ghost and for ideas of ways to make shit, like, you know, scientifically believable, or at the very least theoretical, and not just like straight up Star Wars space fantasy. Which I don't really want. I want things to be like possible, if not practical. All right, let's trade with these elves. Yep, and I don't like it. In regards to Star Wars. I don't like that kind of space fantasy. I mean, definitely you could have areas where religion is important and cultures where religion is important. And the question of whether or not they are physical entities or pure fiction could also be a element. Whether or not we go down that road could be seen. But there is indeed room for Star Wars and the Expanse in sci-fi. I prefer the Expanse over Star Wars. I prefer Elite Dangerous over space magic and space wizards. Are you actually working in an office again, B-Lug? Since you say came back from work? We've been talking about mud stuff all day because, you know, it's at the front of my brain. Only today and tomorrow, and then never again. Then after that, you burn the office down. That's like wild, hearing that you've actually been back in office. I just checked the weather, and it feels like 34 outside. Fucking... No wonder it's so hot in here. I'm sitting here just sweating, and my air conditioning's on. Only, wait, then once a day for the rest of your life? What do you mean? Talking about muds or going into work? Oh, once a week for the rest of your life. Really? So you guys are doing like once a week in the office and the rest of the time at home? At what point does having an office become irrelevant? That's what I want to know. For like all of these like homebound businesses now, it's like, at what point does having an office just become an unnecessary expense? Something I genuinely wonder about. Getting science and math sounds like... I mean, eh. Other employees don't like remote? I mean, how else are you going to watch Twitch all day? Can't do that from the office, come on. But we've been talking quite a bit about building a mud and bringing a few people in to start working on a lore Bible. From there, you know, we can actually work on stuff. You got me on all the time? I am so sorry, Critty. I am so sorry. We want both of those. Today you were back to the front door. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. This might be a dumb question. Are Canada's borders still closed? I don't actually know. Are they? Haas says, oh, the merchant is throwing a tantrum. Well, is to be expected. You were a very upset merchant previously. Maybe you need some time in prison. A podcast that has started up from people that used to work in an office since the pandemic happened. Were asked the question recently as to whether or not they're ever going to have an office again, and they were like, that seems like a they were very diplomatic about it, but they were like, that seems like a lot of money and probably a waste of a lot of money. The forgotten beast Olzob Gorzru has come, an enormous feathered snail. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Its plum feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly dust. I'm not too worried about it. We'll let you hang out down there. I'm more worried about this dwarf that's trying to attend a meeting and can't. Doesn't get worse. So what you're saying is they're not going to open them. Good to know. Because that US one's going to get worse. Your first mud was Fantasia. There's a continuation of the game with an online server. Cool. Played somewhere in the early 90s. I mean, from talking about starting a mud today with chat, it very much seems like it's something that chat is interested in. And I don't think that you necessarily need to play it to interact with it. If you just hang out with this community and are interested in helping us build the lore for something like this, then that in and of itself is enough interest for me to say, yeah, let's do this thing. Let's make a mud as a community. Why not? Yeah, some people definitely do better in an office, but there are also companies that have gone fully remote at this point where it's like, yeah, that just seems like an unnecessary expense. If that makes sense. It genuinely just seems like an unnecessary expense at this point for a lot of things. Let's wait for my king to come over and then trade. Even live in the country where the office is in? Yeah, see, that must be a pretty small office then. I have an office. It's one room in my apartment. It's cozy in here. Actually not as dark as it looks, I swear. Someone the other day told me that my lighting is terrible, and I was like, maybe that's intentional. Definitely is. Your headquarters is in Singapore, really? Huh. Today I learned. And you definitely live in Singapore, right, Arch? Born and raised? Most definitely. Let's buy all of these plums and ginkgo seeds. They brought us a fluffy wambler and a gray squirrel echidna, and that's it. Nothing fun. I don't Singapore anything. That was a really bad pun. Your boss has difficulties working outside of the office, so he worked alone at the office for the last year and a half. Oh my God. That's got to be worse than working from home. The only thing I could possibly think of that would be worse than working from home is working alone in an office. That's the one thing I could think of that would be worse than that. As somebody who used to work full-time night shift by himself, fuck that. Working alone is the worst. It's actually the worst. Boss is avoiding the line. Oh, shit. Maybe he just has a really annoying cat. Just can't fucking be around that cat for more than like 11 hours a day. Has to be in the office. Can't handle the cat. Wife and 6 cats? Yep, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. Jesus. Also, Blug, since you are currently running the framework for Mud, I hope that you're okay with me just blatantly talking about that. Not obviously giving out your IP address, because that would be rude and maybe illegal. But, you know, imagine Alone in the Office at night and it's haunted. Well, ghosts don't exist, so that makes that one thing easy. Alone at night, did that for years. It was also easy. It's not the fear of it being haunted that's a problem. It's the actual fucking drug deals that happened on a frequent basis and got busted in my parking lot. That was the part that was actually kind of scary. It was when, like, oh, you know, you're just working and then someone starts knocking on the door. That's scary. Or the people cussing me out because I don't give them burgers at 3 o'clock in the morning when we're closed. That is the IP we used to connect to the Mud, so yes, nailed it. You know, if you said I know the IP and actually read out the actual IP, I would be confused and scared. And concerned and a little bit worried. And very annoyed at Discord's lack of security, because that would have been the only place you could have gotten it. I didn't type an exclamation point. Would help if I typed exclamation point first. There we go. Got the ballista arrows done for the king. He happy? We're in mid-spring. It's a cave toad. The main things that I need to figure out is, like, what are the limits for things like replayable content, and how can we make things replayable but also at the same time as grind free as possible. That's also another thing, now that you mention that Wild Peak, that we need to do is we need to build a template for people to help write lore, and build or hopefully find a template for people to help learn or help each other learn how to just build the thing. So people who know programming that want to help build it. Those are things that we need. I also need to figure out what the limits are for actually designing the damn thing, so we can point people in the right direction. You've been in charge of build documentation for the past 2 months. You can help there? Ooh. You found them, but it's incomplete enough to start? Okay, that's helpful. Here's another question, though, Blug. Is it worth it to run with the most common language, or would it be better to build something else from the ground up based on what's already there? I don't recall pausing the game. Did I pause the game, or did the game pause the game? I think the game paused the game, but I don't know why. Was any children born? Nope, doesn't look like it. Definitely not. Did LaFonda get jobs? Yes. Okay. I mean, here's the thing. We don't need a website for world building. However, a wiki, or like a fandom wiki, or one of the free various wiki softwares out there would do just fine, I think. RIP. Investments, me and Bastet, sorry. Good wins, though. Peak and lump. It's okay. You're well on your way to getting 6969 Bastet. Usually never finish starting. Okay. Okay. That's fair, though. As far as like websites designed for world building, meant for writers, I don't think we need to use something. I think using something that's just free is probably the best way to go. So just building a fandom wiki is probably not a bad starting point. Between free wikis and Google Docs, I think we can get everything done that we need to get done. You're gonna rest my eyes? Alrighty. Go rest your eyes. Have a good night, Bastet. I mean, running because like, as I was talking to B-Lug about earlier, I ideally would like something that's standalone, something that runs in a browser, and something that can be connected to with a telnet client. Which I think is probably what we should do. B-Lug, that seems like the best course of action. Because, you know, you already have a one-room mud up and running with nothing else built in, which is kind of what we need. Also, I will be back in a sec. I'm going to go grab myself some water and check my blood sugar, because my tongue feels funny. Back in a sec. Boo! I return. The nostalgia is strong with this game. Nostalgia is strong with a lot of games I play. Also, yes, blood sugar is low, hence why my tongue feels funny. Not super low, though. Had some juice. Should be good. Oh no, did I scare you? I'm so sorry, King. How you doing, man? A king shows his face in my chest. Is that Alien Slayer? No, that's free. Have I played Tibia? I mean, no. Do I know what Tibia is? Yes. I have 2 Tibias. I also have a Fibia. At least one. Probably 2. Have I played the MMO though? No. Am I aware of it? Yes. Why do you ask about Tibia? Was strongly influenced by DF. You know that Tibia is older than DF, I think, right? Hold on. I need to like double check that, but I think that Tibia is older than DF. Tibia is 1997. Is it? Hold on. Let me double check. Released January 1997. Yes. Tibia is indeed older than DF. Well, it is. DF started development in approximately 2003 and has been publicly playable for free since 2006. So if anything, it's the other way around. That's funny. Yeah, no, I mean, depending on what version of Tibia you played. I'm looking, like, according to Wikipedia, Tibia video game. Tibia is a 1997 massively multiplayer online role-playing game developed by Clipsoft. Its popularity peaked in 2007. It is a free game to download and play, though players may pay to upgrade to a premium account, granting substantial in-game benefits. Tibia is a two-dimensional tile-based game set in a fantasy world with pixel art graphics and a top-down perspective. Looking like that. That is a very low-resolution image. Wikipedia. You remember Pong. Also not the oldest video game. How do you do, fellow kids? I mean, NetHack has been in development since 1984? Or is it 7? Read Unabridged Comparative Anatomy. Is that a new book? Written by Trees. I mean, it depends on how much inspiration the community has, right? Because I don't have the ability to build a world, and I don't think I ever will. Hazazah is tantruming again. Let's watch what you do. You're tantruming and socializing. Sounds pleasant. Sounds like a freaking party. Who in your family exists? Ducky the Second? I would prefer you punch somebody and go to prison instead of being expelled from the world, but we'll see. You haven't committed any crimes yet. Huh. Now you have. Report crime. Report crime. Lots of witnesses, too. Time to turn off the celebration zone so that you can go elsewhere. Now you're going to go start a fight. Oh, good luck. 1 count of disorderly conduct. Not really a crisis. Just one whiny dwarf. 2 counts of disorderly conduct. $59 days in prison is your awarded punishment, and a fist fight that you just lost against Animal. Good job, Animal, for winning the fist fight against Haas, who is still tantruming and now lying in our food stockpiles. I mean, DF is a system that is functional and an engine that is functional. Your Wixard's license. Fair enough. Yeah, but I guess the thing that we need to figure out before we really start building the thing, Belag, is what are what we require from the engine, right? Like we what are you carrying? Are you carrying soap? Or a book? Unknown algorithm. Huh. We do have a book entitled Unknown Algorithm. Written on the item is a manual entitled Unknown Algorithm, authored by Tiny Goliath. It concerns the algorithm for dividing one number into another, possibly yielding a remainder. My dwarves have discovered mathematics. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. It's heavily worn. In my mud? No, but you can give me $59.99 CAD and I won't complain. Can you buy a max level character? I'm not certain we're going to have levels. We'll see where we go. So, no, but also yes. I saw the question the first time and I was thinking about it. What is my opinion on Steam DF? It's Dwarf Fortress, so I like it. And I want Tarn Adams to make $1 bajillion so that he doesn't need to worry about healthcare being fucking expensive, because healthcare being fucking expensive is a fucking crime. But America, fuck yeah. So if you want to know my actual opinions, you can. You are more than welcome to watch my news updates on the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, where you get lots of bits and pieces of my opinions. 54.13 USD. I mean, that sounds like a reaction I would have. But yeah, that's kind of my opinion on Steam DF. I want it to be finished, though, and not so that people who complain that it's not out can play it. I want it to be finished so that one Tarn Adams can go work on things he thinks are actually fun. I like that the king keeps trying to, like, rescue this dwarf. How bad are your injuries? Not even bad at all. Like, you have no injuries. Alright, well. Let's put this dwarf in prison so that... This is confusing. Why? Why do you keep doing... Okay, you know what? King. Going to remove you from recovering wounded. Now you put him in prison, please. Which is all that we really need for a proof of concept, Belug. every cent beyond $300-ish dollars spent within the healthcare system, and then after that you don't pay for more than that beyond taxes you already pay, and it becomes free, just like where I live in Canada. Why do you ask me for my opinions on a game that I love? Hi, Gondu. Because that's really what it is. It's just a new UI for a game that I like. Also, yes, I'll play it when it launches, because I would be silly not to as a content creator. Another Suede. There's lots of them. Are you a purist or not? If somebody's a fucking purist, they can tie their nuts in a knot and fuck off. I'm talking to you, Freskins. No, I mean, nah. I'm a creator who just happens to really like this game, so I don't really care what it looks like. As long as the game's still Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't really matter to me. That being said, I'm probably more of a purist than most DF players because I don't use DF Hack or DF Therapist in that regard. But as far as graphics go, that's stupid. Dwarf has given birth to a boy. Does anybody want to be a brand new baby boy in the fort? We got a brand new baby boy. Hey, Snookums. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream today? What were you playing? Hey, hi, hello. Critty unfortunately passed away a while ago. Arch! Have you had a dwarf in this fort yet? I don't think so. He is the son of Irish Stupid and Haz Huzzah, and is a worshipper of Onal, and a worshipper of the fuchsia. Was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His large iris cobalt eyes are incredibly close set. He has a grating and raspy voice. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, of course, and his very long hair is braided. His slightly flattened ears are somewhat short, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his nose is somewhat long. Okay, so it's Arch 2 then. He personally thinks the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, respects power, and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and doesn't care for family one way or another, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Is Windatar still alive? This is going to... stop me if you heard this before. Windatar passed away of old age relatively recently. I think. Nope. Is still alive. 13 years old. Born on the 3rd of Opal in the year 273. Actually, you're quite young, and I need to give you jobs. Your cat is named Snookums? That's a good cat name. Can't confirm. Let's just give you a farming task, so you can have something to do. I'll figure out what to give you later as an actual job. But yes, your dwarf is still alive. Pippin Snookums asshat. Not Pippin Snookums asshat McKitty? Because that's what I would name it. I would add the McKitty on the end just for, like, full name. You know, you got to have the proper long name. I don't care. Speak whatever language you want, but be an asshat and I'll ban you. Because I can Google Translate my chat if I get worried. I don't have language requirements here. I only speak English, but I can sort of read German, but yeah. I mean, I don't have it turned on right now. If I need to, I will. Because sometimes it translates usernames, which is really weird. Like, if someone comes in with a username that's like a word in another language that I can't normally read, and then it translates their name, and then I don't know who they are because their name is translated instead of what their name is normally on Twitch, and then it confuses the fuck out of me and confuses them and confuses everybody else, and then everybody's confused, and then I sit there and go, ah! It's a nightmare. So I get an email from Streamlabs. Stream straight from your browser? Yes, please. Apparently, they now have a new way to stream to Twitch, which is just browser-based. And it's like, why do people... Setting up a stream is not the hard part of streaming, you shits. It's convincing idiots to watch you that's hard. Sheesh. You learn English from a very young age and speak English as well. It's just like I'm supposed to learn French in Canada, but why would I do that? The only thing I know about Swiss is cheese, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, the only reason I ask people to stick to English is so that there's as little confusion as possible. But every now and again, we get someone in here who doesn't speak a word of English, and then they can, like, babble in whatever language they want, and that's fine. Really? Huh. I mean, that's fun. Hi, Gandu. Your French girlfriend didn't care too much, luckily. Oh, that's good. I mean, as a Canadian from the Greater Vancouver area, it would make logical sense for me to learn Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, or like fucking Hindu before I learn French, because there's more people who speak all of those languages over here than there is French. I mean, then I'd be able to read the back of a cereal box, but how does that really help anybody? Okay, so what is it with my chat and attracting culinary school majors? There's so many of you. Half-assed like a dozen times, as every single good weeb should. Not necessarily that you're a weeb, but... Half-assed weeb, yeah. Can confirm. All the visual novels of Moonrune's life is suffering. I can't tell why they're suddenly banging. Let's see if you like being a recruit. Why is there miasma everywhere? Who dropped their lunch on the ground? Put it away, goddammit. Was a good reason for any to study. I couldn't decide what to study, so I went and got a job. I never stopped. It's been almost a decade, and I've worked more hours than most people my age. A lot of people my age that I meet are like, yeah, I just graduated school. I'm looking for a job now. Have you ever worked a job before? No, I went to university. And then there's me, and I'm like, I've had 8 jobs. Multiple at a time. So don't take this the wrong way, but whenever I run into people who are like, I just looked for a reason to study, all I can think is fucking rich kids. As somebody who grew up broke, and then was broke, and now has a little bit of money, I still don't understand how anybody affords schooling. Just period. Shit's so expensive. I worked at McDonald's for 8.5 years, AMA. True story. Although I worked at McDonald's while I was working at a gas station. So I had a job while I had another job. Yes, because you live in a communist paradise. Well, socialist paradise. Canada's working our way in that direction. It's going to take a while because there's enough right-wing assholes that it's going to take a while. And loaded with student debt, because when you're loaded with student debt and done studying, you have no choice but to work for them, because if you quit your job, you immediately have to file bankruptcy. Yeah, well, according to America, you guys are a bunch of commies. Tried to be a personal trainer. It was about kinesiology and other classes, and then 2007, 2008, where the recession happened, and then your mother kicked you out when you graduated school and ended up being homeless. You and me both. Hey, homeless buddies. Although I didn't get kicked out. According to America, we're full-blown. According to America, Canada's communist. Well, actually, it depends on where you are in America. If you're in California, not so much. If you're in Texas, then yeah. You can't escape. No, that. I mean, yeah, true. All right, chat. We've done like 6 hours of Longdeath today. I think. I didn't actually know that, Belug. I think that's enough Longdeath for the day. We're into late spring. We've done a year and a half. So I think we're going to switch over to some Jupiter Hell and see if we can find the unfinished endgame. You're not far off, Windatar. So yeah, stream's not over, but we are changing games now. If you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, there is more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a short period of time. There are actually some other people streaming DF right now, so there's a few